Kua tuwhira I tēnei hui, I tū I te karakia. Whakataka te hau
ki te uru, whakatau ki te
tonga. Kina ki uta, kia mātara
ki tai.
E
Hi aki
he Nau mai, haere mai, ki te komiti hau, Pūroro Rangaranga, the new Social, Cultural, Economic Committee for Wellington City Council. So this is our first committee meeting under the new structure, and we just have to, hopefully you can bear with us all as we try and adapt to the change. Obviously we haven't had a Tuesday pre-briefing, so we're still kind of grappling with all of the information in front of us and how we work our way through that. So as usual, please let myself or the Democracy Advisor know if you intend to leave the meeting. Morning tea will be at 10:30 with e rua ngā cakes, so there's going to be 2 cakes. For birthdays that have happened in the last few days, for Councillor Matthews and Councillor Pennant, happy birthday to you both for your birthdays over the last few days. So that will be at 10:30. I'm just going to call now for any apologies for the meeting. Nope, no apologies. I call on members to declare any conflicts of interest they may have in relation to items on the agenda. Okay, confirmation of minutes. There's none because this is the first committee meeting, so this is all very quick and easy, isn't it? And there's no items not on the agenda. So we're going to roll straight into public participation, and I'd like to begin by welcoming Stephen Tunot from DCM. Nau mai, haere mai, Stephen and Natalia. Thank you so much for coming in.
Councillor Condi did apologise for not being here on purpose.
Oh, Councillor Condi is here online, I understand. Yeah, on Zoom. Morena.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Kia ora, koutou
Also, you've
katoa.
got 10 minutes.
Okay. So Stephen Turnock, DCM Director. Firstly, to express my appreciation having us here today. An opportunity to talk about and respond to any questions for our grants application. I would also like to acknowledge the support that Wellington City Council has provided DCM over quite a number of years. In terms of our grant application, our approach in regards to ending homelessness is a collaborative approach. You may be aware of DCM's tagline, "Together we can end homelessness." This approach utilises a wide range of service providers, organisations and expertise to collectively work throughout the homelessness continuum, with a common agenda of engaging with the most marginalised communities and supporting them to realise their aspirations. We believe the provision of the outreach service and the sustaining tenancy service is a crucial aspect within that collective approach. For the past 3 years, or 2 years, 7 months, we and our partners have supported a number of vulnerable, isolated, marginalised community members towards better standards of living, positive health outcomes, increased access to resources and supports, and most importantly, building resilience and community connections from within a safe, warm home. In turn, we also believe that this has contributed towards city safety for the most vulnerable, as well as raising community awareness and education on the factors relating to homelessness. It's evident to me that this approach has been long supported and led by Wellington City Council, with both DCM and many other community. So on that, I appreciate your time. It's limited. Our application hopefully clearly outlines in detail. But before I do, I'd just like to hand you over to Natalia, who could also provide some further information. So,
Kia ora. Just to reiterate exactly what Stephen said, we've loved being in partnership with City Council around outreach, and actually we can't do it alone. We partner in so many ways through Te Mahana strategy, which we come to monthly and feed in themes, complex issues, which will come up to a strategic leadership group, and hopefully we're looking for policy changes and things that reduce barriers for the homeless population to access services and resources. We've spent the last 2.5 years building relationships and partnerships with other community organisations, local hosts, park rangers to go and find people who are in the bush and in their cars that we wouldn't usually see. We've connected with the Housing First service, which came in about halfway through our contract with you, which is around sustaining people who are at the really sharp end of homelessness, who absolutely couldn't be housed on their own without intense support. So we see a lot of referrals going into that service and people successfully housed and sustaining housing through that. We are part of, we come to bids, and we're known to residents associations, and we're really getting our brand out there so that Wellingtonians feel like they can connect with that rough sleeper or that person street begging, but through a service like ours. And we're trying to get that message out there to the public about, hey, we're here, we know that person, let us know and we'll go and do the mahi. And we had over 300 people come through DCM's doors in 31 work days between April and May. And half of those people are experiencing homelessness, and I'd say the other half who are housed are vulnerably housed. So that's 300 people coming into one service. Over 7 new people each week we're doing intakes for. So, you know, the demand is there and it's increasing. So, yeah, that's all.
We do have some pātai for you, so we'll start with Councillor Paul.
I was just wondering, thank you for all the work that you do. I was just wondering, I noticed in the papers that we're wanting to develop a new Te Mahana strategy. And I just wondered what value you thought might come of a new strategy if this one didn't quite reach its targets. And do you think, given that significant resource goes into developing these strategies, that maybe we should just give you the money and let you get on with it?
Kia ora. I think the response to that is a response that I've been given to many other audiences, and I think that the most impacting feature of the Te Mahana strategy was the lack of housing and the lack of available housing that is suitable and appropriate for those that we're wishing to engage with. I don't have a solution to that, and I think being part of that strategy, one of the important factors is maybe as a collective coming up with some solutions regarding the housing. So maybe it's also having the right people around that table.
I'd just add, I mean, our tagline is "Together we can end homelessness," and we, you know, the idea of just give us the money and get on with it, we actually have to be partnered with other agencies to do the work. Our Te Kākano Hui, which we have fortnightly, is with about 5 to 7 NGOs and DHB providers, where we bring names of people who are falling through gaps to go, who's working with this person? It's so that no one slips through the gaps, and I think that stuff comes into that Te Mahana partnership, that strategy, that's just not one sort of part. Yeah.
Mayor Foster.
Again, and thank you for the fantastic work you do, and I'm just really impressed by particularly the work you're doing, going out and actually, you know, all the people that are actually on the street. That's really impressive. Look, the one question I have is the numbers you were talking about, 300 people. There's that 300 unique people. You know, there's 300 individuals, or the same person, you know, the 30 people 10 times kind of thing. 300
individuals.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so I read some numbers which we were given in the context of the well, I'm not sure it was your grant application or the social housing paper, which said 2,300 and something or other per in the year, which I see the numbers you got in front. Is that 2,300 unique people?
Yes, that's right, yeah. And so some of those numbers will be people who are under the sustaining tenancies part of this budget that we're proposing here. Some of them will be part of Housing First. So it's a range of people.
So some of them you will see many times?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, cool. And just the other thing, could you just tell us a little bit more about the sustaining tenancies, about the services that you provide to keep people in housing, you know, the people who are at that pointy end? Absolutely.
So our sustaining services, we're engaged with, I guess, vulnerable people who are in current tenancies. We face a wide multitude of issues that are impacting on them sustaining that. That includes mental health, addictions, the ability to look after oneself. We deal with a lot of things such as hoarding. So our team are in there basically once a week at the very minimum, working directly with these people. A result of that, the sustaining tenancies is, in terms of those who are Wellington City Housing, my understanding is that they've actually maintained their tenancy throughout the entire tenure of this project anyway. So it's proved to be successful, yes.
We've also brought in the Community Connections work, which is in the Centennial Flats, at the Johnsonville Community Centre and in Newlands, and that's about engaging people who are housed that instead of coming into DCM and coming into town and spending money on transport to come and have community, build relationships within your neighbourhood. And so DCM are leading that work because we're familiar to these vulnerable tenants, and so they trust us. If we sort of sit alongside their community, they will sort of take up the reins and start to connect better with their neighbours. And that people are bored and lonely, and so that's a really big part of what we're doing, is connecting vulnerable people with their community and with their networks.
Councillor O'Neill.
Kia ora, Natalia and Stephen. Amongst your grants today, we're also considering a range of other housing papers. And in one of the papers, it talks to the risks of not ending homelessness. I was just wondering if you could describe to us what the risks that you see for Wellington and Taumai by not ending homelessness.
Absolutely. I guess at the forefront, we will see an increase in negative health outcomes.
Yeah.
That's both in terms of mental health and physical health. That's very evident in those that we already engage with, that they are impacted with high health needs. I think that you will see an increase in terms of inner city crime and victimisation. But I think what we also see is those that are homeless, the vulnerable that are at the end of that as well. We will see an increase in that. Is there anything else?
We've got a couple more questions, and I'm going to, if the committee are okay, go a little bit over because we don't get that many opportunities to ask you these partai in this setting. So if that's okay, councillors, we'll do that. So Councillor Foon.
Kia ora. Tēnā korua, and thank you for all your mahi. Just hearing the numbers, 300 is quite a lot over the period you were talking about. So although we want to end homelessness, but have you got a strategy for increasing your own capacity at DCM?
Yes. So we are implementing a 5-year strategy as we speak, and part of that is increasing our capacity, both within Wellington, but also connecting to the outer suburbs of the region. In terms of training, we have a number of kaimahi going through training courses or career force, etc. So we utilise that to also be seen as a good employer that will attract people. It's a very tight market in terms of building capacity. Yes.
Good luck with that, and we're here to help. Thank you.
Kia ora. Councillor Calvert.
Thank you, and thank you for your work. Obviously, we've got a number of different groups involved with homelessness as stakeholders, and not just for the people who need the service. Can you, in terms, we're obviously providing you with funding of roughly $500,000 a year. Where else do you get your funding from? And not every single little line, but just
Sure. So for the outreach and sustaining tenancies, we also receive a proportion of donations from the community. That's to top up the cost of running that. But we receive government funding in terms of our Housing First, and also a proportion of that is for sustaining tenancies, and probably the majority of funding would come from community support donations outside of that funding.
Okay. So roughly how much do you get from government?
For the Housing First, I believe it was about $1.2 million per annum.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Ngā mihi mai o hā kia korua. Thank you so much for coming in today to share with us and to answer our questions.
Thank you.
Really appreciate you doing that and the amazing mahi that you guys do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kia ora. All right, we've now got Marcus Siaga, who's here to come and talk to us from Community Law. Good to see you again, Marcus. Really appreciated your presentation the other day, so thank you for coming in again.
I'm glad to hear that. There are a lot more of you this time than last time, though, I help but notice. Oh, great. The presentation's up there as well, so we're good to go. Kia ora, everyone. My name's Marco Seraga. I'm the housing lawyer at Community Law Wellington in Hutt Valley. I'm going to be talking to you guys today about our proposal to try and establish a housing service in Wellington. Still remember how to do this. So a bit about us first. I'm aware last time I went a bit over time and didn't leave enough room for questions, so we're going to be super brief. So community law, kaupapa, is those with the least should have the same, if not better access to justice than those with the most. We achieve this in the housing space by providing free legal advice, advocacy, and representation to people experiencing or at risk of experiencing housing hardship. So the problem, and what our proposal's kind of getting at, is that many Wellingtonians are experiencing housing insecurity and homelessness. An ideal housing strategy will prevent homelessness wherever possible, and if homelessness occurs, it's rare, brief, and non-recurring. Unfortunately, this is not the case in our city. Homelessness is common, and it happens all of the time, and it most certainly is not brief. People are staying in emergency housing for very, very, very long amounts of time. So housing hardship, as you're all aware, is a multifaceted issue, but there's a clear unmet need for housing legal advocacy and representation. We want to help change that. So how can a lawyer help? So I'm just going through here. This is the European typology of homelessness and housing exclusion. The reason I bring this up is because it's a useful way to look at homelessness. Homelessness has three different domains. There's the physical domain, the legal domain, and the social domain. People might think that legal lawyers will just help in that area, but we actually help in all three domains. So with the physical domain, we ensure landlords comply with their obligations regarding habitability. In the social domain, we're looking at ensuring tenants' rights, such as privacy and safety, are upheld. In the legal domain, we prevent evictions wherever they occur and respond with an urgency when they do. So our proposal, real quick, establish a housing advocacy and advice service in Wellington based off our Lower Hutt Housing Advice and Advocacy Service. The focus of this is going to be doing work such as regular tenancy tribunal appearances on behalf of tenants, ongoing legal support for renters in disputes with property managers or landlords, working with community workers and organisations, and the clients will be triaged through our Monday night advice session, and we have an 0800 number. We take a lot of referrals from other community organisations, and we will, with this funding, hopefully establish a walk-in session during the day. So we requested $125,000 to establish and promote the service, hire another housing lawyer. Unfortunately, it's just me at the moment, as well as a housing administrator. And the grant subcommittee has recommended $110,000, which is close enough to what we're asking for. So yeah, any pata, I'm happy to just use the remaining time to field any questions.
Kia ora, thank you. We do have a pātai from Councillor Fitzsimons.
Thanks so much for coming in. Can you tell us about the types of unmet legal needs you see among tenants and that you think that your service is likely to be able to help with?
Absolutely. It's hard to pinpoint one in particular because we see so many different things. A big one is in terms of just people who don't have access to lawyers, mainly due to affordability and financial constraints, being unable to kind of receive representation or comprehensive legal advice. We currently do offer people this, our 30-minute kind of initial consultations, and as my capacity allows, I'll provide more ongoing support, but we would like to be able to deliver the level of ongoing legal support to people in Wellington that we can with people based in Lower Hutt, thanks to funding from the Hutt City Council.
Kia ora, Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. And I was just interested to hear you're getting funding from other councils, given that you are covering both areas. I'm interested to understand also, where else you get your funding from? So, in particular from government, do you get any funding from them?
We get funding from the Ministry of Justice. I think that's our main funder, and they fund us for the general provision of legal services.
Yeah.
What we're wanting to establish would go above that in terms of providing bespoke housing advocacy. So currently, my role is funded entirely by the Hutt City Council, who give us around $80,000 per year to cover basically not my salary and some admin support, supervision and all of that, but compared to the amount of clients we see in Wellington versus Lower Hutt, that's just not quite enough.
Yeah. And would you see potentially that there could be funding, not necessarily from Ministry of Justice, but from the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, or even MB through, because whoever manages the tenancy services?
I've not personally looked into contacting NB about that. However, that's something that I can. We're happy to look into. However, as far as I'm aware, we're pretty onto it in terms of getting funding wherever it's possible.
Okay.
And we're seeing this kind of shift towards looking at local council as opposed to central government for funding.
Yeah. I suppose I'd be really keen to see you also seek, in addition to us, seek funding from more central government.
Yes, we do.
Their role. Okay,
absolutely.
Councillor Rush.
Yeah, thanks very much. So you're a qualified lawyer.
Well, I'm a lawyer.
Yeah, sorry. I'm just trying to understand I'm just trying to understand the model. So as a lawyer myself, I did citizen advice stuff back in the day. This sounds to be quite a much more organised. Are you full time with community law, or do you work for a law firm? Is this part time?
This is a full time job for me. It's more than a full time job. Hopefully, if we get another lawyer, it can be pushed down to full time. But we operate the service quite a bit more like a traditional law firm in that we intake a client. We follow our professional obligations and all of that. I know I look like this, but we are lawyers. We take this very seriously.
So how many lawyers do you have in the sort of Wellington area?
Wellington area, we've got, so we're broken up into different teams. So we have a refugee and immigration team, which has 3 lawyers. Housing is just myself, but we all have legal supervision and all of that stuff. So the housing team is just me, but I have a supervising lawyer.
Okay, final question.
Yes.
We've got some of the biggest law firms in the country in Wellington. Are they giving any sort of help?
Yes, actually, they're very helpful. So the unfortunate thing about residential tenancy law is that it's kind of a niche area for the most part. However, we utilise our relationships with the big law firms in terms of volunteers for our legal advice sessions. And so we do already operate legal advice sessions, and we also use secondees from the big firms. Like I had a particularly gnarly property law dispute that came out of a tenancy thing, so I was able to use some kind lawyers from, I think they were from Buddle Finlay, to kind of utilise their niche knowledge about that stuff. So we have really strong relationships with the law firms, and we use those to the best of our abilities.
Awesome. Love your work. Cheers.
Thank you.
That's all the pātai, Mark Roos. Thank you so much for the work that you do, and obviously going above and beyond and coming to see us too today. Thank you so much, Mark.
Kia ora. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. All right. So, councillors, what we're going to do now is this is where it changes again a little bit from how we've done things before. Today is lots of change and adaptation, so as I say, bear with me. So what we're going to do is Claire is going to do a quick introduction into the kind of the 5 papers, a bit of an overview of why we've got these 5 papers here today in one, because generally they would have probably been split between different committees, as you can see where they're going to be referred to, and then Liam's going to come and introduce item 2.1, and then we'll roll through any questions we have, and then we'll get Councillor Fitzsimons, I think, will move the paper and we'll get a seconder, and then we'll get the debate underway. So that's the process. Everybody knows what's coming, so I'm going to hand over to you now, Claire. Thank you very much. You can do your intro
Morena tātou. As you know, in regards to the housing package presented today, there are 5 papers. The first one is an overview paper on the Housing Action Plan. We then have a paper on social housing and the social housing policy and rent setting, which stems from the work we did last year and the consultation we did with tenants on the rent settings. Then there's city housing sustainability, which we've discussed with you on a number of occasions over the last 18 months, including through the long-term plan. The Kāinga update, and there was a workshop on that recently, and then affordable housing supply and development. We're bringing this to you as a package because obviously there are various decisions and issues that have interdependencies across the housing portfolio. And as Councillor Day has said, some of these items will remain within this committee and some will live in the planning committee in the future. We'll take the papers as read.
So we will get Liam to come forward and introduce item 2.1, which is the Wellington City Housing Action Plan 6-month report. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Well, it's my pleasure to
introducing the paper. Sorry. All right, we're adapting.
Kia ora tātou councillors. Just want to welcome Rebecca Tong, the Program Manager for the Housing Strategy, and of course with some relief John McDonald, who is the Housing Development Manager. So this paper's an annual update. We obviously had a bit of a 6-month update for council and provided some context of how the housing strategy is rolling out, but also some of the risks that might be emerging. And then, of course, was followed up to a report to the council about managing some of those risks. So this paper really talks and provides an update after the year. We're also signalling the review of the plan coming up in the following year, and identifying those risks set down in this paper, but also indicating we've got an ongoing risk management approach to understanding how this action plan is being rolled out. So with that said, I'm happy to take questions. Rebecca in particular has been working on some of the homelessness work, and I know there's been some questions from councillors overnight on that, and more broadly John is able to answer some questions around some of the proactive development opportunities that we've been rolling out.
Kia ora. So our first part is from Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. And I previously asked a question about the capacity of the Wellington City Council team to be able to deliver, and I'm pleased to see John McDonald still staying with us. And I know you've restructured the team, but that's still the same. For me, it's still the same number. So what I'm just interested to understand is how is the council going to build the capacity to be able to deliver on what it wants beyond what we've got as in terms of existing staff numbers?
Yeah. So through you, Madam Chair, the councils will know there's an indication in the report around some of the work and the recruitment John's team is doing to help us deliver on, in particular, Te Kāinga program. There is also some additional resources flagged in helping us understand the divestment and reinvestment work that we have in front of us. What isn't in the report, and I'm still working through with the team, so I need to be careful, is that the group more broadly, the Planning Environment Group, have opportunities and vacancies in there that I'm looking to support the Build Wellington unit with, and that process will unfold over the next 3 to 4 months.
Thank you. It's you, Councillor Fitzsimons. Sorry. No, sorry. Did you have a question? No. I have a question just around the one-stop shop consenting improvements. There was a lot of work that was done on that last triennium to try and get that into, I guess, create more efficiency and help us be a bit quicker with that, but also to make the user experience good. What feedback are we getting from the community that are using that one-stop shop, and do we think it has built that efficiency?
Do you want to have a go at that, or I can answer it?
Sure, yeah. I'd just say that some of the tools that are rolled out through that are still in sort of minimum viable product is what they call it. So there's it's still work to do to get it to final stage, but those in the group that have tested, in particular the minimum viable product for rubric, which is the what will be coded plan. That's going well. I believe the feedback on the overhaul of the information on the website's been really good. It was really messy before, and now it's much clearer and simpler. Do you have anything more to add to that?
No, through you, Madam Chair. I mean, the test group that we've worked on, and this is sort of anyone from an architect working on residential development to an architectural firm working on residential development. So the scale of change in the rubric context has been really, really positive. There is a nuance in coding language in English in particular to allow people to readily get information quickly. So I think there was a question fielded overnight or the last couple of days, and how's that being monitored? And we provided some answers broadly back to that. But the opportunity for coding to be able to answer questions that the customer can have almost instantaneously is huge, but it has to be very legally tight. So that's a lot of the work that's happening at the moment. Is if we were going to expand the opportunity to provide rubric more broadly across the plan, there is a significant amount of legal oversight that's needed in the language.
Kia ora. Are there any further? Councillor Pennant.
Big thanks for the work that you've done. Liam, just while you're here, sorry, the green building issue, which I did ask about, and sorry if I missed too many emails and too many bits of paper. I'm not satisfied with, we'll do the best we can. We'll, do a bit of building recycling. I think if we're going into partnerships with people, that we should have an expectation that they will improve the quality of the building and contribute to Te Atakura's goals. So I want to do an amendment. What's the best form to say, do we need apartments to reach a Green Star, like a Home Star standard? There might be a bit of time to work on this, but I just need to know how that might work and what is realistic to tell to developers.
So maybe get to Kenny Cole.
Yeah. In the next report,
yeah. Supply.
Yeah. Through you, Madam Chair, the Council, I think maybe that's the supply paper. So,
okay, no, I was just because it was in housing overview and it covers all of them.
Yeah, more broadly speaking, I will comment though. It's an important point. Look, it's no question that this council as an organisation needs to show and represent both to the community and the market that we're leading in a number of areas across the board. It's obviously the ambition of this council, but it's importantly civic and government entities have always led with excellence in architecture and excellence in green design. So there's no question that we won't be considering this. I guess in the sensitivity around Te Kāinga, there's a commercial element that makes those projects work. And I would caution, and I think we've got some appropriate words in the housing paper, how definite you set those targets. In the instance of a joint venture partnership and a developer but saying, yep, happy to meet Green Star 5 or more, happy to take on board a carbon neutral building opportunity, certainly in a new build, happy to explore that. That also will go into the mix with the general financial sustainability of that Te Kāinga program. So yes, we want to provide affordable housing. Yes, we want to provide warm and dry homes. Yes, we want to provide as much as possible carbon neutral homes as well. That goes without question. The fact of the matter is there's no one in the market at the moment that's actually delivering that specific outcome, as we know, in Wellington. So we would have to work with our partners very, very closely to help almost engineer that outcome. And the only caution I have there is it affordable, and is it going to make that project fall over or not?
I guess I'd be interested in your response about what the costs are of not meeting our climate goals, but I'll leave that for debate. Sorry, I probably should have added them all up. John, how many, across all these papers that we're looking at, how many more houses are we providing? Roughly.
So in terms of the Te Kāinga programme, the current commitment is 339 in terms of the initial buildings that have been approved. We're recommending that we obviously move to 1,000 in terms of that supply. On a site-by-site basis, in terms of sort of the Harrison Street development, there's a doubling of capacity. I think that's 74 beds, going from, I think it was 32 originally. So we can give you a running total of what that is across all papers. Sorry, I don't have that.
Might be quite nice to have it up there. And then just in terms of the gap, in terms of our wait lists and in terms of our key workers, like, so if we do 1,000, then I'm sure there's a much, how many more do we need to create? Do you kind of know that?
I mean, there isn't a set number I can give you in terms of demand. I mean, I think there, anecdotally, so we're working directly with CCDHB, with police, with other providers, and there was a story, obviously, last week around some of the challenges the CCDHB are having around staff, and we're working directly with them on the Kāinga programme. And I guess what we are hearing is that there is a strong demand. I don't think it's something that's really well quantified, but certainly from what we're hearing from our partners, in terms of 1,000, it will make a significant difference, but there will be demand over that.
Okay, thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor Rush.
Thanks. I had sent this through, but it was a little bit late, so I'm just wondering how many homeless people are in the Wellington area, in the city? And is it seasonal? Does it go up and down? And do we have any data on breakdown, families, mana whenua, tangata whenua? Do we have any of that sort of?
Councillor Rush, Amanda will come to the table to respond to that. There was some written answers, but they were sent quite late this morning, so Amanda, come on board.
Kia ora. So the question around seasonal fluctuation, there is some seasonal fluctuation around rough sleeping, but in terms of overall figures, there's not too much shift. The data that I provided was from 2020, so you'll see an interesting pattern around the time of COVID. And one of the things that we've seen is that people have gone from rough sleeping into emergency accommodation, but the housing supply isn't there for them to continue moving along that continuum. And so there are significant numbers in emergency housing, as we know now. And as DCM said before, the numbers are around 300 people coming through their doors each month. And that's
new people?
Not always, but that's kind of the figure that we see each month, is around 300 people experiencing homelessness.
And no data on children?
No, I did provide some data around ethnicity, but we don't have information around children at this time. We've sent some questions through to MSD, but we haven't got responses yet. Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill.
I was just curious, across the package of papers, how many consents the council had issued, noting that there's a national trend of consents being down, and if this is a part of our Kāinga housing action plan, or what's been considered in the 6-month report, because we mentioned consents, I just don't have a number. Or the consenting. Sure.
Through you, Madam Chair. No, don't have the handle on those numbers to date, but you were right. I think there was a drop, and well publicised, but I think old data reflecting the consents lodged during COVID, which may have explained that significant drop that was reported in the media. I think what we are seeing from a consenting point of view, in particular dwelling units, is that we have a very consistent trajectory up. We're still very, very busy downstairs, and it still seems to be about housing. Less so in industrial development, less so in commercial, but very, very active housing market still.
Cool. Thank you, Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find the email with the stats in it, so I don't know who sent that through or how we got them, but have you found it, Ms. Councillor Rush? Okay.
Oh, is it the one that's following on from the run sheet one, is it?
Okay, all right, well, I'll look into that. So, but we talk about emergency housing, and we know that a lot of people housed under emergency housing in Wellington City had actually been brought in from outside of the city. So I'm wondering how our figures may be impacted by that. And so that's a question I have. Because it's just trying to understand is how many people who want to actually be in Wellington City as opposed to being elsewhere with their family. So I need to understand that. And then I've got so maybe you could answer that question, and then I've got a second one.
And Councillor Calvert, just briefly, the email was at 8:58 this morning. So if you're looking for, there's a lot of them.
And it came from Catherine.
Came from Catherine at 8:58.
Okay.
That's if you're looking for.
Yeah, it's difficult to get through all the information, but maybe you could just briefly answer that.
Yeah, to the best of my knowledge at this time. So we do have anecdotal information from MSD that people are coming in from other regions to Wellington because they don't have the hotel facilities there to house people, or to shelter people, I should say. A hotel's not a home. But the reality is that those regions just don't have the infrastructure in terms of hotels to shelter those people. I don't have concrete figures on that. I have asked for them, and as soon as I get them, I'm happy to provide them. But at this stage, we haven't got a definitive answer around that, what the percentage looks like.
And a separate question, but it's something that I've wondered. One of the issues that we've got at the moment, especially in the commercial scene, is that the commercials can't get, in particular hospitality, can't get enough workers because of the border restrictions. Do we have a view of whether some of those border restrictions may be in place because of the lack of housing within New Zealand? So this is a way of curbing demand?
Through you, Madam Chair, no, we don't have a view.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Paul.
Kia ora, this is for Mr. Hodgetts. I was just wondering, I'm just reading through all of it, and it, just through the papers and through the answers to the questions, it's talking about we don't have enough houses. Do you think this urgency, and given the rating of the risks for Wellington and our housing stock, will this be truly reflected in our spatial plan? Will we have the most ambitious spatial plan that we can get that will enable the most housing to respond to this urgency?
Through you, Madam Chair, that depends on what you adopt when you adopt the spatial plan.
Nice.
Yeah. That's fairly clear. That looks like it's the end of our questions, so we will now move into debate. And back to my thing, I'm going to now invite, I understand that Councillor Fitzsimons, you will move the motion, and would someone like to second that? Mayor Foster, would you like to second that? Cool, so Councillor Fitzsimons, over to you.
Look, I don't really have too much to say apart from to thank officers. I think that this report and the debate it generates shows the importance of getting these reports and keeping the focus of this table on urgent issues around housing. I guess I just wanted to pick up three things in the report. The first one is the assessment of the risk as reputational. I think the risk is much deeper than that. The risk is that we don't have all Wellingtonians well housed, and that's because we've got a housing market which is out of control, rents which are unaffordable, and if we don't properly address that, it's going to have long-term social and economic impacts on the city. So to me, the reputational risk is a second or third order risk. The key risk that we have is the inability to meet the aim of the strategy, which is all Wellingtonians well housed. And just the two other things I would say, it's, I think, really important the work going on with refreshing Te Mahana. Homelessness is obviously a heartbreaking problem in Wellington, and one that this council has for a long time tried to play a moral leadership role in addressing by supporting DCM, but also in that work bringing together different agencies and making sure that there is a genuine, consistent and sustained focus on resolving homelessness. The other thing I would say, I wanted to highlight, is the reference to the investigation of a mixed model of development at Nairn Street. And I think that shows the possibility of building a mixed community in what was traditionally city housing, both for the community outcomes that may generate, but also for the economic outcomes over time that it may generate for city housing. So really those were the only things I'm pleased to move this paper.
Mayor Foster.
Don't need to speak on this paper. I'll save mine for another paper.
Would anyone else like to speak to this paper? You've got an amendment, Councillor Matthews, and I'll let you introduce that.
and I think Councillor O'Neill is going to second. Essentially this is just to build on an amendment we made to the plan when it last came before us about increasing the stock of accessible housing. There's many dimensions to the housing crisis in Wellington, but one particularly acute one is the lack of stock of accessible housing for disabled people, and that includes our ageing population, and the need to do more universal design and enable people to age in place. And so basically this amendment is to include targets, and I don't suggest that we set the target at this meeting, that is something that is developed by officers. Te Kāinga Ora has a target for their housing stock which is 15% and is widely thought to be that's kind of not okay, too low. But there may be, I understand that the different sorts of things we're doing, we have challenges of the topography, that we may be able to do more in the new builds than we are in upgrades or conversions, for example. And so that the reporting also include actions that have been taken and updates on the progress against those targets. So yeah, happy to take any questions and cover those in a right of reply.
Councillor O'Neill, would you like to speak to it?
Yes, I will briefly just speak to this one. I'm really happy that Councillor Matthews has brought up this amendment yet again to prioritise within our Te Kāinga and our housing program. I think it's incredibly important that when we say we're going to house people, we house people well and we do it with dignity. And for disabled people in Wellington, we have a very low amount of homes that are accessible on the private market, and so it is really important that when our council sets in place policies that that we are leading and making a bit more of a difference in this space. And I do hope that any new housing developments that we pursue under our housing action plan have this as a minimum standard.
Is there any further debate, Councillor Pennant?
Can I have some officer advice, and I'm sure the mover will be able to respond as well. Obviously, I'm strongly supportive of this. I'm just wondering, though, I want to hear from officers about what they'll actually do to achieve this, because we have asked before in a long time, and the barrier is always cost. We just had a response around green buildings and how that's difficult. So if this goes through, will we get a good response and something actually practical on the ground happening?
Liam or John?
John, Liam.
So this might be a slightly specific response in terms of setting targets. I think what we are trying to do at the moment is to understand the impact of those targets, the risks, and actually, how we can deliver it. You mentioned topography. So one of the things on the Te Kāinga programme in particular is location of buildings. So what we found is on some of these buildings, there's an opportunity to do so many accessible units, and then one of the challenges we've got is perhaps around the location and how people would actually access it, lack of car parks, and there's other mitigating factors that we need to sort of consider as part of that. So I think it may be something that we should have a quick discussion on in terms of the wording, just to make sure that when we do come back, we do actually provide advice on what we can do and how we deliver it.
About the partnerships with developers, so for the last paper, can we mandate that they actually need to provide that accessible housing? And your point, because accessible housing isn't obviously just about wheelchair ramps, there's a whole lot of things which can be done, and some are really easy and low cost. So, yeah, can we mandate that so that we're not just building more accessible housing? And the reason I'm asked this is because when we got the housing upgrade money in the first place, I wanted more to be built, and they were like, no, it's too expensive. And it's now some years down the track and we still haven't fixed it. So I think we need to do better.
Yeah, and I think, and we note in the supply paper that where we have new builds, it is obviously far easier because we can design that in an earlier process. On each of the Te Kāinga projects, providing accessibility has been something that all development partners have actually brought to the table. Certainly on Willis Street, we do have some provision on Aroha, which which was something that we made a decision that basically we had candidates for those tenancies, and what we did is basically retrofit some of the accessible features to make sure that they were fit for purpose. And part of that was so that we build up our learning first building that we can then take into the next set of buildings, and that's sort of what we've done. So in the next building, 203 Willis Street, for example, we've got an opportunity to do 4 accessible units there, and we've now got a bit of a learning bank where we've got it right on the first one, so we now apply that to the second. So there is a little bit around certainly the retrofit programme where I think there's a bit of a learning process to make sure we get it right as well, and I think that's quite important that we do factor in that as sort of the evaluation piece, particularly of the Kāinga programme, to make sure that we're not just providing X number of units, we're actually seeing the benefit on the other side, and they're the right units for the right people.
Okay. Thank you. So I just want to make one political comment, which is that...
So you're back in debate now?
Yeah, so
okay.
Is that
so
all right?
Thank you, John.
Oh, sorry, unless someone else has got a question.
We do have a question for you, John.
Sorry, John.
Sorry. That rolled very fast. Councillor Paul had a question.
Sorry, it's not a long one. Just when would that paper come back with the kind of how much it would be to have accessible units and stuff? When would that come back to us? And what committee would it come back to? Do you know?
So are you specifically referring to Kāinga or?
So just with Kāinga and the accessibility options that this amendment is talking about, do you know roughly when that would come back to us and to which committee?
So I think we would probably just want to take 2 minutes to have a discussion.
What we're going to do is after these questions we'll adjourn for a few minutes just to sort out the questions, and it might actually just be that we adjourn and have morning tea and then sort that out and come back and finish off this amendment. Cool. So we'll do that then, but Councillor Young also has a partai.
So I'm just curious about the definition of disabled, because it covers such an enormous spectrum from people with sight, and even then, on the sight thing you get a huge range of sight disabilities. And so, I saw somewhere in the paper, and I've been looking for it, can't find the statistic of how many people have got disabilities. 1 in 4. But, does that include anyone who wears glasses? Or a hearing aid? It's I'm just wondering how we get a handle on such an enormous definition, really.
John might need some view.
Yeah, I think I'm probably not best placed to answer that question, but I can see if we can.
I'm not sure who gave us that statistic, if they, you.
I checked it last night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My read was that if you've got corrective lenses, you're not disabled.
Anyway, we're going well off track here.
It's just, I can see it's going to cause real problems with housing, because how do you cater for all those?
All right, what we're going to do is we're going to adjourn now, and we're going to come back at 20 to 11. So we'll have the birthday cakes now and do the amendments and Underway. No mai, haere mai anō. Oh. We're just trying to do the guessing game of how long's this meeting going to take, because it's different because we have questions in between and we've got a new sort of introduction process. So yeah, we just have to go with it, I think. But I'm just wanting to draw your attention to the fact that we're kind of figuring it out. Technically, 5 papers plus the grants paper could be a bit longer than we planned. But anyway, we're going to keep moving. So we have the amendment here. You've worked through that. There was debate. Councillor Panner, I think you were next on the list.
In deference to Councillor Fitzsimons. Look, just a really, really brief point that this time we will be hopefully holding ourselves as an organisation to account in this particular area, because this is a basic human rights issue. We cannot exclude a group of people from our housing. It is unacceptable, and real big dropping of the ball really from the whole of the community that we haven't made more progress in this area. And as just discussed with officers, some of the things that can be done are low cost and not difficult, so there's no excuse for not doing them. So I think I really thank Councillor Matthews for her persistence in this, and I know she will lead our accountability efforts, and I look very much forward to seeing the future report.
I too support this, and thank you, Councillor Matthews, for doing this. Growing up living with someone who had a disability come on them through a condition that was out of their control, it made me really realise how people's lives can change overnight. And for our tenants, we don't want it to be that they have to look at very confronting options if their lives change. Lives change if they have an accident or something goes wrong. So we need to make sure that we're really working towards everything being accessible for people, and I think it's important that we put that pressure on ourselves to increase what we're doing and improve it. So thank you, Councillor Matthews, for continuing to champion this. Really appreciate it. And I think we're up to right of reply.
Just to note that we've added the words universal design into the, just to make it a little bit more specific. We'll be talking about universal design, but also accessible features. It'll be a range of things. And this does have officer support, and I want to thank officers for the work they've already done to try and support this. And yeah, just looking forward to doing our bit to ensure that everybody has somewhere to live.
Great, well, we can vote on that now. The apostrophe's been sorted out too. Thank you, Councillor Young. I didn't see it. It was unanimous. Man, I didn't even see it. Did I blink at the wrong time? Okay, so now we're back to the substantive, and I think... Do you need a right of reply, Councillor? Would you like to speak to it? Thank you. Your name wasn't on the list, sorry. Thank you, Councillor Calvert.
For the amendment, sorry. Yeah, I just want to talk about a couple of things on this action plan and in relation to our strategy. I do have concerns about whether we've actually got the capacity to deliver on what we actually want to see. I appreciate that our officers are working very hard, and I have utmost confidence in their capability, but I just wonder whether we actually do have the capacity to deliver going forward. And I appreciate Mr. Hodgett's discussion that we couldn't go into detail about how he may be able to move some resources around, but I think it is a key risk for us going forward, and it's something that we should just make sure that we do have those resources in place, because as a council we have lots of different competing challenges, and not just in housing but in other areas, and that's where I come back to this. Housing is critical for our city. It impacts on lots of different ways, and I'm really concerned that we but we're still taking a piecemeal approach to our top level priorities as a city. And I know this is a piece of work that the Mayor is going to be leading, but we do need to agree on what our priorities are and where we're going to be putting our resources. Otherwise, we will have decisions like we made last week in putting an extra $100 million into cycleways without any consideration of where else that money could be better spent. Now, I know there's some comments, well, we can do it all. Well, we actually can't afford to do it all. You know, there are some things that we're going to say, what are we going to put our money into? Where are our biggest priorities? And not gnaw away at different things, and when we can't deliver what is really critical for our city. So look, I say these comments, I will be supporting what's coming out, but I am making these points in that it is just because we've got this plan and this strategy doesn't necessarily mean that we will be able to effectively deliver on it. And a big part of that is about how we govern all the things that we need to do as a city and make sure that we balance the needs of the whole city. And I think that's really critical that we start having those conversations and discussions rather than make a decision on one thing. And what it does is we don't understand the cumulative impact of our decisions. So if we don't do that, then we will be dropping the ball and we will be letting a big part of our community down. So that said, and I also think that the government's got a big part to play and we need to see a bit more action from them on this. So,
anyone else like to speak to this? Right of reply. Thank you, Councillor Fitzsimons.
I don't really have that much to say. I think everyone's comments speak for themselves.
Thank you. We can vote on that now. So is everyone happy to take everything together? I imagine so, because it was a unanimous amendment. So. Well, I'm trying to be one step ahead, but I'm one behind. Okay, that's carried. It's unanimous. Thank you. So we will now move on to item 2.2, which is our social housing policy update. And I will now ask Claire to introduce the report, and we'll have questions following that. Thank you, Angelique, here as well.
Morena councillors, and most of you should know Angelique, who's our Manager of City Housing. I'm going to do a bit of back and forth today, just because I'm being the lead officer next to Jill and also a presenter. As you'll remember, last year we went out to consult on a number of potential policy changes for our city housing portfolio that included potential changes to rent setting for tenants. That consultation happened amidst COVID, so there were some delays, but we did do extensive consultation with our community and had a pretty significant response. Now, post that feedback and knowing the work that we were needing to do with regards to the ongoing financial sustainability of city housing, we looked at a variety of different scenarios in terms of how we might address the feedback that came through, but also keep to the key principles, which were equity for our tenants, and also how we could contribute in some way to the ongoing sustainability of city housing. It became clear that the impact of change would take considerable time and not have the quantum of benefit that we were hoping in relation to the significant changes that were coming to us on the overall portfolio. So consequently, the advice in the paper today is that we don't make any changes to our current settings and that we work through the overall approach to city housing, and as part of that, tenant rents and equity of rent will be able to be addressed through the wider piece of work. So we'll take the paper as read, and Angelique will be able to respond to any questions of detail.
Do we have any partai? Councillor Foon and then Councillor Hall.
Kia ora, and thank you for all the mahi you've done in this space. The question I have is, if we pass this today, how will we go forward and communicate with the tenants to give them that, a more settled feeling?
Kia ora, that's a really good question and something that's very much top of mind for us, so we have a comms plan ready to go depending on the outcome of today. We've been in constant contact with our tenants throughout this process and apologising for the delays. And we have also, while there will be a rent increase this year, there wasn't one last year because of COVID. Because we're not going ahead with these changes, the rent caps will still be in place. So no tenant, even though it's been 2 years since the last rent increase, will get an increase over $20 per week, and no group or family will get an increase over $30 per week. So while none of us want to give anyone an increase, the lost revenue for not doing an increase is $1.3 million per year. But those caps will be in place, and that's what we'll be talking about in the letter that goes out, which we're happy to share with you all, the exact wording of that.
Thanks for thinking about that.
Yeah, kia ora.
Councillor Paul.
It's kind of the same, but I guess it's more in reference to like the rent freeze for over 80-year-olds and stuff. So when will they have some certainty about whether those kind of settings will go ahead or not?
Through the decision today. So there's no proposal to change any of the existing policy settings by retaining the status quo. So currently those caps that are in existence will remain.
Okay, cool, thank you.
Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you. Two partai. The first one kind of goes along the line of the last two questions. So I know in the paper it says put on hold any of these changes, but most people, as you know, have been quite stressed for over a year engaging with this consultation. When we say put on hold, can we give tenants a guarantee, like we won't look at this again for another 6 months or another year, or under what timeline would we need to reconsult again if this proposal was completely off the table?
Mm-hmm. So in terms of the overall context, depending on what may or may not happen with the income-related rent subsidy, there could be a very positive and substantive outcome for our tenants in terms of rental. So we need to be careful about the kind of language we use in terms of significant change, because there may be some significant changes that are very beneficial to our tenants. But I'll let Angelique talk about the specifics in relation to this particular proposal.
Yes, so the draft letter that we have that I referred to before, if we decided, for example, to explore the idea of a chip, it does say in there, this process could take 18 to 24 months. In the meantime, the status quo remains. We can never say 100% this means that your rent will never go up again or anything of that nature, but we want to give them as much information as we can. So it will talk about the annual rent increase in September. Even under RTA, obviously we can't increase rents more than once per year, and we don't typically, and that all caps and subsidies will remain in place through that period. So that will give them a measure of comfort, but it's going to be the engagement with our tenants face to face over the next few weeks that was going to make that more important.
So can we say a year, or can we talk about the next time you would be likely to see a rent increase or decrease? Because even if we do get IRSS, those changes will take a certain amount of time to come through as well, or would they also just be on new tenancies?
I mean, part of that's a negotiation that we are currently having with central government, and obviously our advocacy, which we are happy to talk more about in the subsequent paper, has been IRRS access to all eligible tenants. So we can certainly talk about timeframes in relation to the current. I think we also have to remember that there is an annual review under the current arrangement. So I think if you can just give us some time to think about how we might word it in a way that responds to your desire to give as much certainty as possible, but also is honest about the existing protocols. Overall, the drivers behind this and the drivers behind the sustainability work is how do we make sure we have the best outcome for our tenants. So that's very much in the minds of any advice we design, and certainly the work the team do with our communities. I think we just need to come back to you with specific wording to alleviate your concerns about people feeling uncertain unnecessarily.
No, thank you. And then, sorry, just one more quick partai. So the proposed policy, most people who came to submit to us were in favour of equity, and some people were going to be getting lower rents out of this. What kind of comms or how do we weigh up, because there's still an equity problem in rents and people that are in our housing. So how's that come through at the end of this?
That's been really tricky to think of the wording there. What we have proposed in this letter that's going to go out is to talk about the financial sustainability paper and wanting to address tenant equity around rents and that. While we did have a lot of support for the changes in the model that we charge rents, the people getting discounts, most of them were very small, under $10 a week, and there was over 200 people that were going to get a rent increase of over $50 per week. And no matter how we pulled different levers to try and make it equitable for all tenants within our current settings, we just couldn't make that work, which is one of the main drivers for putting this on hold while we address the bigger problem. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Councillor Pannett.
Thanks for your work, and I do note the consultation responses, but I guess I'm just curious what you've learned from this process, because we talked about this for like maybe 4 years going back. Jeff Lawson sitting in front, I was like, why are you taking money from not very well-off people to give to less well-off people? And now we're pulling back, and I think it just feels like we have put people through a lot of stress. And I remember at the time, we're like, pull it. Why are we consulting when there's a pandemic on? That we don't put people who are very vulnerable through this, because we haven't sort of worked through basic things like that people weren't actually going to, it would take quite a long time to roll out, and there were going to be a certain number of people with quite large increases. It just doesn't feel like we've got our process as good as we might.
Well, I can only speak on behalf of Angelique and I, because we both arrived mid level 4. I think the team have done a very good job of delivering the proposals in lockdown, or, immediately post-lockdown, and actually the insights have been incredibly useful for the team to understand the perspectives of our tenant community. And like you saw, there were a lot of people very supportive of the proposals around equity. Without question, and I wasn't there for the genesis of this, but there were going to be some people that were going to have to pay more in order for others to pay less. That's purely down to our operating model, and that's a big part of why we're having the conversation after this about financial sustainability and how we set up sitting housing to be able to work in a very different way. Regardless of what changes we make to our existing policy settings, if we were going to do that, we still have the overriding issue whereby most of our tenants pay 70% of market rent. And so in actual fact, that's the bigger issue for our tenants. We can do our best, which is what the team did. I can't even remember how many different models there were, but there were tens of models, well over 10 of models, trying to address the points you're raising, which is not to have too much of an impact on those on higher incomes in order to enable a more positive income for those on the lowest incomes. But it's never possible in our current operating model to address the issues for our lowest earning tenants without having an impact on our higher earning tenants.
Can I just add one quick thing to that, which I think will be of interest to you, Councillor Pannett? We've just recently had our rents re-reviewed by CBRE, the annual rent review, and it's in draft format. But the gap that we have now between our non-upgraded properties and our upgraded properties is getting more and more stark. So, for example, a 2-bedroom at Granville, which obviously hasn't been upgraded yet, is now $425 a week before the discount is applied. So with the discount we have, that's $297 a week. In our Berkeley Dallard flats, that's the highest, is $591 a week for a 2-bedroom flat. So even with the discount applied, $413. And I think that sort of comes down very much to what Claire's saying. We are supposed to be in social housing, and this rent increase year on year is just increasingly unaffordable for our tenants. We really want to find a solution to that today if we can. Yeah.
Deputy Mayor Free.
Mine's been answered, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Young.
So just thinking about affordability, assuming that we have an increase in rates this year, some areas go up more than others, etc., does that affect council housing tenants?
City housing, the asset base pays rates. So our city housing service pays rates currently.
But it doesn't affect the rents?
No.
Any other parts? No, thank you. We'll No, I think she's going to introduce the paper.
Yeah.
So we're going to move on to the debate now. So thank you very much both for answering our pātai. And we will now move into debate. So I invite Councillor Fitzsimons to move the motion.
Yeah, and I'm about to say some things which might seem like I'm not genuine in saying this, but I am genuine in saying that I just want to thank officers for the work that has gone into this, because there's huge amount of modelling, analysis, assessment, work with tenants. A massive amount of work went in from officers to try and make this work. But I guess I do want to just pick up on something Councillor Pennant said, and I think we spent as a council a huge amount of time and money, and we caused a huge amount of anxiety and stress among tenants, and now we're not taking it anywhere. And I think that's just something we all need to reflect on, because every time we suggest a change in city housing, tenants' anxiety levels and stress levels go up massively, and we were actually exposed to it in a very personal way here at the table. Usually that just happens in their own homes and their families, and that's why later on with some of the other papers I want to suggest a much more cautious and staged approach to this, because we are already dealing with tenants who we have gone through a process that has caused what turns out to be, if this paper goes through, undue stress and anxiety. And I think for me, what we should have done when we put this paper out for consultation is realise that the rent setting changes, even if we put them all through, they were just tinkering. They didn't come close to dealing with the actual financial challenges facing city housing. And I think it's a reminder that we just need to be very cautious when dealing with vulnerable people, their livelihoods, their housing and their day-to-day costs. And we have a very special relationship as a council with the tenants in city housing, and broadly we're seen as a good landlord, and I think we don't want to do anything that undermines that in the minds of those tenants and causes them stress and anxiety where we don't need to. And unfortunately this process did exactly that. And, you know, if we could go back to the day that we put it out for consultation and we knew that this was where it would go, I doubt many of us would be supporting it. So I do support the recommendations in here. I think the recommendations are clear that that council, until such time as the wider financial sustainability options are agreed, that there'll be no changes, that it's put on hold. And sure, we could have done a bit of tinkering, but I think it's a better message to those tenants to say, look, we're just going to leave it. We've heard you. And we said that to them when they came in and gave us the reality of what this would mean for them. So there is a whole range of other issues going on in this in terms of the accommodation supplement, the work the government's doing. We've obviously seen benefit levels increase. All of these things will have an impact that is good for our tenants. But at the end of the day, our role and our moral and ethical relationship with them, I think this paper's got the right decision in it.
Thank you. I'll second it and I'll reserve my right to speak. So we've got Councillor Calvert, you're next on the list, and Councillor Pennant.
Thank you, and I'm going to support these recommendations, and I agree with Councillor Fitzsimons that in hindsight it's a wonderful thing, but you know, we shouldn't have really gone out with this without looking at the broader financial implications. But I do want to commend officers. Last year, our Chief Operating Officer, Claire Richardson, who came into the role, and I know she said, look, we need to take another look at all of this. We need to, you know, pull back the layers and really get to the heart of the issues. So, and I think as a result of that, what we're seeing is a suite of papers before us today, and we'll get to the financial sustainability, which is the critical one. But yeah, I do thank officers for actually shining a light on all these issues to help us make the best decision going forward. So yes, we may not have made it in the past, but we certainly have a lot more information in front of us going forward, and I will be, as I said, supporting these recommendations.
Thank you. Councillor Pennant.
Thank you, and obviously thanks to the officers. But look, Councillor Fitzsimons has said it all for me. I think it hasn't been necessary, and I don't deal with this with hindsight, because at the time, the first time this was raised, I said, why are we taking money from still vulnerable people to give to even more vulnerable people? It just didn't make sense, and I think what all this suite of papers clearly shows is the system's broken and we need a better solution, but it wasn't the right policy answer in the first place. And I'd like to thank the submitters that came in, who very bravely gave their stories of extreme hardship, and so, which, supported my decision that this wasn't the right way to go. But I would also like to acknowledge the people that did say that, that this would help the very poor, and that just obviously that's something that we need to deal with and keep dealing with. Just the other point I'd like to make, and some of you will find this very warming, if we have limitations in terms of our resources, that's why we have to also be really careful before we go out and do a whole lot of work. I think that's why it's good to get buy-in from councillors right from the beginning that this is a good policy direction. Then a whole lot of work can be put in, and then rather than having it kicked at the last point, because we've got so much to do and we need to do the best work first. But look, anyway, we've got to a good outcome, and I look forward to getting to the proper solution.
Kia ora, Councillor Paul.
Kia ora. I just wanted to tautoko all the points made previously and just say, I think the fact that 3, possibly 4 with Deputy Mayor Free had questions about the assurances that would be provided to tenants, the fact that we were all unclear about that and we have these detailed papers, I think is a bit concerning, and I think about the tenants and possibly that clarity that they need to be provided with. So I'm just hoping that it will be very clear to them about what they might or might not expect in the future. Because even just seeing the put on hold, if I just read that, I would be very concerned that this could be sprung on me at any day of the week. The other thing I wanted to ask is, please, if the assurances could be put out in multiple languages. I know you do heaps of work in the space already, but just to acknowledge the different whānau that are in our social housing. And I guess when this first came to us, I was thinking about the impact that this would have, the positive impact it would have for young families and refugee families and being able to spread that out. But now that I see the numbers, Councillor Fitzsimons is right, it is tinkering and there is a much larger issue to address. So yeah, I guess it was a deeply upsetting process, and I guess I just apologise to the tenants for any undue stress caused to them.
Kia ora, Deputy Mayor Free.
Yeah, look, as people have said, hindsight's a wonderful thing, but on reflection, I think what we were trying to do was fix the big problem we've got with little wee solutions, and it's just clearly not going to cut it. So what I think would be the most reassuring thing for our tenants actually is we have got an issue. It has been out there in the press, that we have a real financial sustainability issue with our social housing. So I think it is time to be brave. It is time to look for a really big solution. And I think that if that is actually the most reassuring thing to tenants of all, is that we're going to put our social housing on a much better pathway going forward, because it's clear this tinkering around the edges just creates uncertainty and confusion and isn't a big enough tool to solve what is actually a really big problem.
Kia ora. Is there any further debate? Councillor O'Neill.
Yeah, I just really wanted to briefly acknowledge and thank Claire and our tenancy managers, and especially Angelique, for being so attentive on this. There have been requests almost weekly each time I go and work with tenants, like particularly around City Mission as well. And each time I will get the same question from the same tenants and people that often advocate for tenants, like, how's it going? Are we getting a giant rent increase, or like what can you do to reassure me? And I also want to acknowledge that these papers were supposed to come at the beginning of the year, and it's now 6 months in, and our tenants have been waiting all this time and becoming increasingly anxious. But on the flip side of that, Angelique has been really supportive in making sure that anybody who doesn't understand a letter or the text messages or the website prompts has a tenancy manager that goes around and makes sure that that process is accessible, and all the work that our team does to make sure that if people have a language barrier or a barrier with technology, that everybody gets to understand what this is. And that's why I also think it's so important that we get the wording right, so we don't create more anxiousness within the community as well.
Kia ora. Councillor Fitzsimons, would you like a right of reply?
Just very briefly, there were some concerns raised that councillors had to go and ask what had happened, but I just want to remind councillors that at every step of the way you were copied into the correspondence that went to tenants. So it might have kind of all merged into one, and it was a while ago, but our officers did make a very concerted effort to make sure that councillors were aware of the decision-making process and showed you the letters that were sent to tenants every single time there was a decision and a communication. Thanks.
Thank you. So we will now vote on this paper. She's already been done on the thing. Thank you. Oh, no, you didn't forget. Here you go. Last meeting. He's done it twice. Yeah. Councillor Rush, you haven't voted. No. Keep pressing. Yes, got it. Okay, that is carried. It's unanimous. Fantastic. Right. Thank you, Claire. You're getting some exercise this morning. Okay, so I'm now going to ask Claire, so Sarah's coming as well, to introduce the City Housing Financial Sustainability paper, and we will have questions following the introduction, so thank you.
Good morning, councillors. I don't think I need to spend much time introducing the purpose of this paper. It's to seek a decision on the pathway forward to ensure a financially sustainable city housing service, and as we've just discussed, the importance of this is significant for our city, but most importantly for our tenants. And I certainly know that's where your priority lies. We have, well, not just me actually, I want to acknowledge Barbara as our previous Chief Operating Officer. She and her team provided council substantive advice prior to me arriving, and building on that, we've provided you with significant amounts of advice, including throughout the long-term plan on this issue, and discussed a number of different options and ways forward with our central government agency partners in order to test the thinking that we brought to you early on, and as we've worked through those conversations, come back to you with options that we believe have credibility and are feasible. There have been questions that have come up. There's an amendment which we've discussed with Councillor Fitzsimons this morning, and there's some changed wording to that which Councillor Fitzsimons will no doubt discuss. I think the critical thing for Sarah and I is making sure that if there are any outstanding questions, that you use this time to ask those, because we know that there is a lot of complexity here, and where we've got to is at this point in the journey our first best advice. There will be more decisions to be made after today.
I'm multitasking, sorry, thank you. Are there any partai? Thank you. Deputy Mayor Free? Yeah, I'm moving it.
Yeah, that's
So my question is just really a little bit of background, which I realised I didn't know. It's probably not very material to the decision we're making, but the city housing is ring-fenced currently. Before it was ring-fenced, how did we fund it? What was the situation? And did were rates put into it? And how did we even get our housing in the first place? Is there a little bit of a background on?
I can, through you, Madam Chair, I can answer the first couple of those questions, and then I might need to call on help on the history and the origins of social housing.
Yeah, but just very briefly.
Councillor Pannett's pointing to the Mayor. So the first question around the ring fencing of the social housing activity, when we entered into the deed of grant and received that grant from the Crown, the ring fence was there to protect that money from going outside of the activity of social housing. So it was effectively to keep money in, not necessarily from stopping money from, keep money in, not necessarily around subsidising. You do have a revenue and financing policy that states that the city housing operations are 100% ring-fenced and therefore not funded, 0% funded by rates. That's a decision that you as councillors can make and do make. In the past, however, city housing was operating at a surplus. It was about $4 million surplus the year that you entered into the deed of grant. But I suppose that could be reflected on the state of the housing stock, that you weren't actually keeping up with your renewals and upgrades required for people's housing. And so the costs were lower. Right, so there wasn't a need to subsidise via rates at that time or any other mechanism, because you were running at a surplus. And that's obviously deteriorated over time. And that's, just to be clear, that's not a reflection on the operations of city housing. They have done a great job to be efficient, and over the years they've continued to become more lean and more efficient. And so it was just the cost of construction, the cost of other things, drivers that put, legislative changes, drivers that increase the operating costs of that business.
I guess my question was in terms of, if a CHIP, for example, might be a model where you transfer some, or maybe some part of what is currently council assets to another entity. And so I guess my question was in relation to how much stored value is there from ratepayers, how much has been invested by ratepayers, and if we were to transfer it, what would be the quid pro quo for ratepayers?
So I suppose and we'll provide a lot of advice on this down the track, because there are multiple models that look at asset transfer or not. However, from what we've seen in other councils transitioning to a community housing provider model, you need to not have in your mind that you'll be getting 100 cents in the dollar for your asset transferring. What we're seeing across the country, Tauranga, Christchurch, you're looking at between sort of 25 cents to 40 cents in the dollar. But that's also a reflection of, these assets aren't a commercial entity. They're not there to return a profit, they're there to provide a community service, and that the valuation of those should reflect that and some of the liability that comes with it, not just the asset.
Could it be said that it was also a little bit protecting, like it's also saving future ratepayers from some of the costs that they might otherwise incur? Is there that aspect to it?
Depends on the option you choose. It's hard to say.
Okay.
Councillor Paul, thank you.
This is a good flow on. Sorry, just going back 2 questions before what you were just saying. Are you saying that? So it's not an operational thing. It's rates have been kept low, and this has meant that social housing. So social housing has not been upgraded?
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair, just to clarify, Councillor Paul, there was not a need to subsidise via rates in the past. Okay. When the operations became less efficient, when the costs were starting to outstrip the revenues, the decision was still made to maintain that as a ring-fenced activity, so rates didn't subsidise the deficit.
So I've got a partai about the ring fencing on page, I think it's page 88 of the papers, or page 85 of the online version. It's number 37, where it talks about the ring fence was basically actually only meant to work sort of in one direction, that we protected what was in there, but somehow along the way we've got this view that it doesn't also, we're not allowed to go in the other direction. How has that happened? What's the background on that?
So
weren't here then, but
so it isn't just a perception. The original ring fence was to make sure that council didn't spend the money on other activities, right? So it was there to make sure that it was spent on social housing. However, you have had revenue and financing policies specifically for city and social housing that say you will not subsidise through rates, that it's 0% subsidised through rates. So you've agreed that. I think it's a bit of a narrative or a myth that it's required through the deed. It is not a requirement of the deed.
So that is really interesting. So it's not a requirement of the deed, but it's in our policies that we won't put rates funding.
So over time, council has adopted a policy framework that maintains a hard ring fence around city housing.
So we could change the policy if we wanted. Okay, that's interesting. Thank you. Councillor Pannett.
Thank you. So I will be supporting Councillor Fitzsimon's amendments, but I just trying to unpick something. What I am absolutely hostile to is getting rid of our assets, but I'm not so hostile to someone else managing them for us. So I just want to understand, so when Canterbury or Christchurch has done that, they've maintained control of the assets, but you've also suggested that we might set up a SVP to help get the funding. So has Christchurch not done that to allow them to keep control of the assets?
Through you, Madam Chair, Christchurch is in a different scenario from us because they have a couple of other entities that we don't have. So first of all, they have an investment, Christchurch City Holdings Limited, who actually are the part of the shareholding of Otakarū, is it Otakarū? Their social housing provider. The chip effectively down in Christchurch. We don't have an investment arm. They also have a CCO, council controlled organisation, that they could leverage to transfer assets via an SPV or a JV. We don't have that, so that's why we suggested an establishment of a new SPV. It is important to note that I think next week, Catherine, correct me if I'm wrong, a recommendation is going to Christchurch City Holding Limited's board to make a decision to transfer some assets across to the chip to give it equity. So I think they were saying 400 are there already, and they're transferring another bunch of assets. So they've got out of their 2,000 odd units, there's already 400 of them sitting in the chip. They're making a recommendation to transfer some more over, but we don't know whether the board will accept that or not.
Gosh, that was very helpful information. So sorry, just to clarify, the investment arm, what do they invest in?
So Christchurch City Holding Limiteds are the shareholders of the port, the airport. They have a lines company down there.
So we've just got an airport. I've flicked off so much here. Okay, and then the other question is around the SVP. You sort of make a comment that they could, if they were the assets were transferred, then they could go back to council. I'm just wondering what legal mechanisms we have to ensure that they did if we decided to go down that track eventually. I'm not obviously talking about now.
Through you, Madam Chair, I think Councillor Foon's amendment is requiring just that you could build in a first right of refusal if there was a process for the chip in the future to divest those assets, that they come back to the council. You could require that.
And how watertight is that? You know, like, it's just, I'm just get worried about all the politics and yeah.
So I think what's important is the decision you make today will have subsequent decisions. So the team will come back with more substantive advice around the different model options and the legal frameworks that could sit around those. So if you look at Auckland, for example, and what they've done, they have a 49% interest in their model, so they don't have a majority ownership because that's not allowed through a community housing provider model. But there are different mechanisms that this council could use to address the point you're making. We just need to come back to you and talk about the different ways that could work and what the different legal and funding levers could be to achieve those aims.
So just one more question. I mean, this is potentially a major call. So we're the largest landlord, and today we're being asked to agree in principle to not be. And much more toned down, but okay, but that was kind of at least the original advice. And I guess I'm just curious, having read the paper, really whether we have enough information to make such a big call, given, as you've just said, even Christchurch is now not going to hold all of the stock, which is very worrying.
So through you, Madam Chair, I think the fiscal information that you have is robust and concerning. So we have enough information around the fiscal position to know we have to act.
What about the other implications?
Those will be worked through when we bring those opportunities back to this committee to make the decision on the potential model.
Thank you. I'm just following up Councillor Young, who's let her fingers do the walking in response to Deputy Mayor Free's question around the history of housing and social housing in Wellington. So it's called Council Flats. This is on Te Ara, and it says the aim of Council Flats was to house, this was in 1965, a statement. The aim of council flats was to house elderly and single people. Some of these people have been displaced by urban renewal projects such as urban motorways and the demolition of housing that had been deemed slums. It was thought that these groups would be more amenable to medium density living than families with children. Later, a shortage of accommodation meant some families were also housed in flats. These are the Hanson Street flats in Wellington suburb of Newtown in 1965, soon after their completion. What that says to me is that housing's been complex for a long time and we need to continue to be creative in our solutions. Councillor Condi, you've got a partai.
Kia ora team, thank you. Just wondering about, we've kept hearing this, and Iona Pennant just said it before about we're the second largest landlord in the country, but how comparable are we to Christchurch? Because I think in this paper it says that Christchurch has 2,200 units and we have about 1,900 and Auckland have about 1,400. So in what ways are we comparable or not comparable to Christchurch and Auckland?
So through you, Madam Chair, I think the numbers are just one dimension. Christchurch have a higher proportion of elderly living in their social housing, so a lot of it is pensioner stock. Also, completely different cities, so topography here is different. The challenges that we have are different challenge. I mean, they had some pretty big challenges with the earthquake. However, to intensify in Christchurch and to have additionality in Christchurch is much simpler when you're looking at flats or units of pensioner housing, because you're displacing fewer tenants to do the intensification. When we're already in a state where we have high density social housing stock, that's a complexity that others don't share necessarily. And similar comparisons to Auckland, again, it was largely housing for the elderly. So we have different demographics, different topography, different challenges, but similar numbers, if that makes sense.
Thank you. And just one more follow-up question. I've heard this comment that it needs a law change for us to set up a chip, but that wasn't my reading of the paper. I was wondering if you could give some clarity to that, please.
It doesn't require a law change. So we have legal advice in terms of initial legal advice that will inform future options around what you may or may not do in terms of establishing different kinds of chip models. It would be part of our renegotiations of the deed, but we've had advice back from MHUD that there's nothing in the deed that prevents us or prevents council from establishing a chip.
Mayor Foster. Oh, I've got a question related to that from
Is that okay? Just how do you explain that answer with paragraph 66 of the paper, or are you differentiating between a regulatory change and a law change, an actual statute change?
So I was responding to the question, do we need to change a law?
Yeah. And paragraph 66, I'm just asking how your answer is consistent with paragraph 66 of the paper, which makes it clear that the regulations do not currently permit a council to register as a chip. So are you making a distinction between a regulatory change and a law statute change?
Yes, so through the chair, it wouldn't be unlawful for council to go through a process of divesting or engaging a chip to provide our social housing services on our behalf, but we as council cannot register as a chip.
Yeah, and also we cannot do the first part of your question without agreement, right? You accept that? Yeah, cool.
Deputy Mayor Free. Mayor Foster, sorry, your name was crossed out.
I understand. So look, 5 quick ones. First of all, the process of establishing a chip, 3 years seems a very long time. You will presumably give us advice about the timetable, but if we're going down that track, it'd be good to do it quicker rather than slower. And the other part of that question is the cost of doing so. What's the cost? Have you got any vague feel for the cost of establishing a chip?
Through you, Madam Chair, I'll answer the first question. The process is outlined as our best estimate, knowing that you would need to go through steps of decision making and a public consultation process, because this is a significant decision. And then depending on the outcome of your decision making, you then would need time to establish the entity and the various steps it would take to do that. So this is our best estimate based on what others have experienced through a process like this.
And
the costs, through you, Madam Chair, there will be likely consultancy services and legal services that we would need to engage to support this process.
7 figures, 6 figures?
We will come back to you with that information.
Okay. There's a comment made somewhere about us only being able to lease up to 5% of the portfolio because of the deed and because of council policy to community housing providers. Is that a deed restriction or is it a policy restriction, the 5%?
That's part of the deed. Sorry, through you, Madam Chair, that's part of the deed.
Just a deed, okay, thank you. And then the deed also includes, because there's been some questions as follows on from the Councillor Day's question about the not being able to put money in because of council policy, as well as not being able to take it out. But the deed also includes some commentary or requirement to be financially sustainable. What would your view about being financially sustainable? When I look at the numbers that are in there of the kind of rates increases trajectory that we required to fund it and keep it vaguely funded, it would be astronomical. Does that count as financially sustainable? What is financially sustainable?
Through you, Madam Chair, the Local Government Act requires you to have a balanced budget where your operating revenues offset your operating expenses, including the expenses of maintaining your assets through their useful life. At the moment, we have an issue with the asset side, so we can offset at the operating expenses of city housing through the operating revenues, but maintaining that asset base is something that we're not able to do in a prudent way at the moment. But by making this decision today, you are setting us on a course for financial sustainability and being prudent.
Cool. And look, the last one is I was just looking up Otautahi Trust. It says and in the paper it says Christchurch Council 49%, others 51%. And there's, just looking it up, who are the others? Because I found something that sort of suggests there are, when it was established in 2015, Rata Foundation, I'm not sure who they are, Christchurch Methodist Mission, the Canterbury District Health Board and Age Concern Canterbury. So it's a set of, if you like, health and
through you,
welfare.
Madam Chair, we'll have to come back to you on the specifics on that. I don't have that to hand.
Yeah,
but
okay.
I'll ask the team to come back to you on
just
that.
be of interest to know what other partners have been looked at. So, have you done any looking at partners? I saw Auckland use Selwyn because they're mostly age related. Have you had any thought about what other partners might look like? No, not yet.
Through you, Madam Chair, no, we wait for this decision and then do that work.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Free.
Yeah, I'm just sort of interested in the ownership and transfer of ownership. So one of the things that we found out from one of the Christchurch councillors is they have been able to actually, well, the CHIP's been able to actually provide more housing because they've had equity to get loans to actually do more. But does that mean, and then I'm a bit confused, they transferred, you said before, they transferred 400 and they're going to transfer another, and they've got 2,000 altogether. So did they only have to transfer part? I mean, is there a model where we transfer part and we keep part? I mean, or is that part of what needs to be explored?
Through Madam Chair, yes, there are multiple different models and hybrids between the different models that we will need to come back to you and advise. A term that we came across recently, which talks to the equity part of that equation. So a community housing provider to be able to do more or be financially sustainable does need it helps them if they have a level of equity, and so they talk about fat chips. So a fat chip is something that has equity. And there's different ways that you can go about that. That doesn't necessarily have to be transferring of assets. That could be the capital injection that we talk about, but that's all information and advice we'll have to bring back to you later.
Thank you. Councillor Foon.
I think that Councillor Free asked my question. Thank you.
Great.
Through you, Madam Chair, I just had one more response to Councillor Free, which may help Councillor Foon. I just wanted to make the point that depending on the options we come back to you, what is required under the current legislation is, in order to receive the IRRS, if you are a community housing provider, it needs to be minority ownership of council. Now, I'm acknowledging that there is an amendment on the table and there's been ongoing work around direct access to the IRRS, but I just thought that was important to understand in response to your ownership question.
Thank you, Councillor Rush.
Thanks. I think I don't know the answer, but just you mentioned the report coming back 30 September, which will explore a whole range of options. I threw some out this morning in an email, but I suspect that they'll be captured in and amongst how a chip might be set up. Yeah. Tax efficient.
Yes, and in simple terms through you, Madam Chair, as we've talked about before through the long-term plan process, if you were following a community housing provider pathway, there's 3 high-level scenarios. One, which is like tautahi, which is the service provision is through the community housing provider. Second is it's the services and the assets that sit with the community housing provider. And third, it's the services, the assets and the land. So that's a high-level overview of what the different models look like.
Thanks.
I have a quick question. Just in light of the last paper that we just talked about, with obviously the stress that our tenants have been through, if we did go with the original kind of proposal today, how can we be sure that we won't repeat that stress for the tenants when we don't really know much yet? I guess I'm wary of going through another process where we then go, oh, we've got to change direction again, and we confuse them. And yeah, so how can we do that safely through this process? Have we been thinking about that? That's a really tricky question.
You, Madam Chair.
You might say you're still formulating it, but yeah.
I mean, the critical thing here, as we said before, is we're trying very hard to provide you advice with our tenants' best interests at heart. And obviously, our tenants' best interest is to have a sustainable, secure housing service. And so what we're trying to provide you are credible options in order for you to deliver what you want to achieve as a council, which is to maintain that service. And effectively what we're asking you to do is to explore models that will enable that, knowing the current scenario is not financially sustainable and can't deliver that ultimate outcome.
Kia ora, thank you. I don't have any other names on the list. Councillor Rush.
Sorry, I'm not sure, Madam Chair. Is it appropriate to ask a question in relation to Councillor Fitzsimon's amendment?
I think we'll actually wait till the amendment's on the table and then we'll do it, just so that we actually let Councillor Fitzsimons introduce it. Councillor O'Neill.
This might be a bit of a silly question, but in your experience or precedence with SHITs, has that meant that tenants of those tenants have been able to access larger government subsidy for rents and things like that? Is there a guarantee that going with this model or exploring this model opens up more opportunities for government subsidy in that area? Or
through you, Madam Chair, well, it enables currently access to IRRS.
Is that guaranteed?
So that's for new tenants under the legislation, and what we're asking government to consider either directly to council or through a community housing provider is access to IRRS to all eligible tenants.
Okay, thank you.
I've got a question that just popped into my head then. Around that option of new tenants, what sort of proportion in a year or time would we actually have new tenants? Because I know a lot of our tenants have lived in our houses for a long time, and how many people would actually, how much difference would it actually make? It could be quite a small percentage.
It is under the current model, which is what Christchurch found through you, Madam Chair, which is some of our key lessons learned. But I'm going to ask Angelique to answer that specifically because I don't have the numbers to hand.
Kia ora. Christchurch, it's taken them 5 years to get about 30% of their tenants being eligible for IRRS due to their turnover. Our current turnover is under 5% a year. When the deed was signed, it was 25%. So there's been a significant difference over the years, as we all know, due to our housing crisis. So that's why we're really lobbying hard to get full IRRS, and the modelling we've done recently shows between 80 to 85% of our tenants would be eligible for IRRS under the current criteria. So if we went down new tenants only path, which we could get from day one as a community housing provider, then it could take us up to 20 years to have everyone getting it. Whereas if we were able to negotiate a deal for access from day one, then 85% of our tenants could get that. The other way that tenants could get it, they would have to leave and come back in under the current legislation to be eligible. So, well, they have to join a wait list.
So our negotiations are key in this. That's what you're saying.
Yes, 100%. Yes.
Yep. Okay, thank you. I think that's all the pātai now. Okay, yes, so yep, all good. Thank you very much. We're going to move into debate now. Like Jack in the box. So I'm going to hand over now to Councillor Fitzsimons to move this paper, item 2.3 on city housing financial sustainability.
Cool, thank you, and thanks to the officers for that those detailed answers on a number of matters. And I guess I just want to go back to I just want to acknowledge Councillor Pennant, because in March 2020, her and I were sitting in a meeting where there was a whole lot of problems raised about city housing, and we'd been in the graph of doom, the graph that was known as the graph of doom, and I'd had those same briefings in the previous triennium, and at the same time, the water infrastructure crisis was occurring all around us. And it felt like city housing was another crisis bubbling under the surface without a clear plan to address it. So we moved a resolution asking for officers to do work on the financial sustainability of city housing, and that did lead to this work being done. So I think, yeah, Councillor Pennant for that. And I also want to acknowledge Councillor Calvert, who has been a stalwart in asking government for the income-related rent subsidy. She took it to Local Government New Zealand and has been a constant in seeking that from government. And that's important, because if our tenants and us as a council get the income-related rent subsidy, it's a game changer for city housing. We can address our operational problems to a large degree through the income-related rent subsidy, and it would also change the welfare of our tenants literally overnight. Their lives would be markedly better overnight if they were entitled to the income-related rent subsidy. And I guess ever since we passed that resolution, the Mayor, the Chief Executive, the Chief Financial Officer, the Chief Operating Officer and I have tried with government. We've had a number of meetings with Grant Robertson. There's been a number of meetings between officials. And I guess, but it's failed. We still haven't got over the line, and we're still in a state today where we need to work out what to do. And I guess if I've got one regret, it's that we didn't formalise the discussions with the Crown sooner. And that's why you'll see in the what I guess is the amended substantive is that, first of all, we note the importance of IRS, which is that 80% of our city housing tenants will be eligible, and also express this council's disappointment that the government did not commit to implementing IRRS for city housing tenants in the last budget, given the long-standing importance of this to both tenant welfare but also the ongoing sustainability of city housing. But we've also put, importantly, in the amended substantive, a request or an instruction that the Mayor and Chief Executive write to the Minister of Housing and the Minister of Finance seeking to enter into formal negotiations to amend the deed of grant between the council and the Crown, including but not limited to providing the IRS is available for city housing tenants. And we've also gone a step further to require that the reply to that letter is formally tabled at the next council meeting after it's received. So what I'm really hoping that will do is bring a level of formality to this arrangement with government. So obviously what we would be seeking is formal negotiation talks, and that would be with a structure of, say 3 people from their side, 3 people from our side, a secretariat supporting it, officers from our council and public servants also providing the information and support needed. And that And also that this is constantly monitored by us as governance, because there's been a number of discussions, many discussions between our officers and public servants. There's been a number of discussions at a political level, but we're still not getting there. We're still not getting the results that we need. So this is really about formalising the negotiations with the government and bringing, hopefully, a level of formality and seriousness of purpose to addressing these issues. There was, you'll know that the original paper was firmer about establishing a chip, and in fact it looked to establish one today, subject to a whole range of criteria. I'm really pleased to be able to have worked with officers to make this something that happens in parallel with the negotiations that we will enter into with the Crown. So that work will carry on. There shouldn't be any lack of momentum. We should be able to work on those two things at the same time. And I think that is a much better way to enter into negotiations rather than to have a fixed view, and I think it sends a much better message to our tenants that we're trying to address a whole range of issues. And I also think this offers us the opportunity to find other creative ways to address the problems facing city housing, and there may be other ways. This government obviously wants to see more houses built in Wellington and more affordable housing in Wellington. We have the ability to help with that in a whole range of ways, and I don't want to predetermine what they are, but if we're in formal negotiations, if our Mayor and Chief Executive are able to get government to the table in a formal way with a proper structure and reporting back to us, I think we've got the best chance of finding that sweet spot between the government's concerns about lack of housing supply and our concerns about the sustainability of city housing, and hopefully aim to find a win-win. I'm also mindful that a chip would take up to 3 years to create. This is about trying to get amendments to the deed much sooner than that, to get income-related rents for our tenants much sooner than the establishment of a chip, and to have it apply to tenants as soon as possible. Hopefully, no later than the next government budget. So yeah, the rest of the recommendations are the same. I've also, thanks Councillor Foon, incorporated a request she had that is an issue around making sure that we get advice around the assets and how they would work in terms of how a chip, if we did go down that path, would be established. So I hope that this is an elegant solution to put pressure on government, send a clear message, and give tenants that certainty that we do have their welfare at heart.
Councillor Calvert, would you like to speak now?
I'll reserve my right.
Elder. Mayor Foster.
I was going to be happy to second that one as well. And thanks, Councillor Fitzsimons, for the work that you've done with Chief Executive to get the balance right in there, because I think now it does. Look, I want to start by just thanking officers. This is the only paper I was going to speak to of the five, because I can sort of cover all five in one hit. I want to thank officers for the immense amount of work that's gone into this to date, and also thank you in anticipation for the work that is still to come, because there's clearly a lot more to go. The first paper was all about risk, and it says that our risks in terms of housing are very, very high, and this is at the core of a lot of those risks, the social housing portfolio. And the second paper was about saying that we shouldn't proceed with the rent setting. Why? Because we need to make the steps that we make in this paper. If we didn't make these steps in this paper, then we should go back and revisit the previous paper and say, actually, we do have to do that. Because we have to get our portfolio on a sustainable basis. And 4 and 5 are about us doing a bit of heavy lifting in terms of accelerating affordable housing. In terms of our social housing portfolio, we've got a proud record, and I think you said it goes back to the 1950s of providing social housing for various different sections of our community, and also support for our tenants. We're not just a landlord; we do a lot of other things as well. And we are the single largest council provider of social housing, obviously behind Christchurch's Otautahi Trust. Importantly, the paper says we provide roughly 50% of all the social housing in Wellington City. Now, in most parts of the country, that is done by who? The government. By the government. And so that is a good place to start with, having a conversation with the government, saying we're doing work that in most other places is done by you. And I want us to keep on ensuring that we have housing for our vulnerable people. But what this paper is really crystal clear, and we've known this for a while, that we need to act, and we need to act now. We can't keep kicking the can down the road. I think the message is crystal clear. The numbers are painfully crystal clear. And they're crystal clear for us, and they're crystal clear also for our tenants. And I'll come to both of those in a moment. Our housing business unit is bleeding. Effectively, it's bleeding to death. It can't keep doing what it is doing at the moment. And our tenants are hurting as well. We know what the numbers are for our tenants and how much of their income they're paying. The paper sets out a lot of things that have changed since the deed was signed. There's a whole suite of them, whether it's insurance costs, GST, construction costs. Interestingly, low interest rates is one. I looked at when the deed was signed, which was 2007, first mortgage rates, fixed mortgage rates for 2 years, were just north of 9%. If the portfolio, and then they plummeted during the global financial crisis, if the portfolio, because it had a lot of money in those days because the government's money had come in, if it had continued to be able to hold that money and be earning 8-9%, actually we wouldn't be in this position. But of course interest rates have fallen, and that's actually hurt the business unit big time, because we're simply not making the money on the money that was in the bank. I've got a brickbat and a bouquet for previous councils on the papers we've got in front of us. The bouquet is for the Te Kāinga program, because I think that is a real innovation which is really working well, and we are going to try and accelerate that significantly. I think that's a great move. The brickbat is in the social housing area, because we've known that this problem was coming, and it was like, we don't want to face up to it. We don't want to face up to it. We don't want to face up to it. Today we have to face up to it, and over the next few months we have to face up to it. We've got to do something, because if we don't, this business unit is in serious trouble, and so are we as a council. We have to act. We can't kick the can down the road. And I think, councillors, we've been making a lot of big, bold decisions in a lot of areas. You look at, we've supported our communities through COVID, tackling water, we're tackling sludge treatment and the landfill and waste decisions, we're tackling Tanako Civic Square and the library, we're taking action on climate change, we've reset Let's Get Wellington moving with our partners. We're investing in progressive transformation of our transport system, particularly in the cycling area. We're planning for a growing city with a new spatial plan and district plan. We're tackling the city safety issues, and we've moved with speed to tackle some of the issues that our arts and culture sector have wanted for years to be tackled. And we're working on a new economic strategy, but we have to do this one as well. So we're tackling all of these big things, and we're tackling them all at once, which I think is probably a little confusing to some people in our community. So in terms of social housing, the numbers in the paper are really stark, and I just did a bit of maths on them. So every day for the next 3 years, on average, we are losing $27,000 a day, every day. If you take it across the 10 years, that number is $72,000 a day that we're losing, weekends including. So when you think about some of the debates we have about we want to put $100,000 here or $100,000 there into the budget, every day over the next decade, and it's getting worse, the social housing business unit is losing $72,000 on average. So we have to fix that. Page 96 is equally stark, and if you look at those numbers, the rates increase we're projecting, take this year out, the rates increase we're projecting is 47.9% over the next 9 years. The housing portfolio, on top of that, 61.2. 47.9 and 61.2. So housing, if we let it go, will contribute more to the rates increases than everything else put together by some margin. That is not sustainable. And I think the paper is very, very clear that unless we do something, and what the something it says is reprioritising other expenditure, which means cutting stuff right, left and centre, it's not sustainable. And it's not sustainable for our ratepayers, so we have to do something. One of the meetings that I was at was with the PM and key housing ministers, where they met with the National Council of Local Government New Zealand, and we spent a lot of time focusing on housing. It was all about housing, and they asked questions about social housing, and the PM asked, look, how many houses could you build if we fix this problem? I said, look, we don't know. We can do some work on that, but it's quite a lot. We could start, if we start getting ourselves in a place where we are sustainable, we can start investing. This paper says, and that letter says, about 150 to start with. But I can tell you how many we should be investing in at the moment if we don't fix it, and the answer is 0. We should not be building any more, because every time we build anything, we lose money, and it makes the hole even bigger. So I think they were very interested in that. And I think the key is IRRS is critical. And if we don't, government knows that, we know that. If that doesn't get fixed one way or the other, then we have a problem that's going to get worse and worse and worse. And the other bit I wanted to refer back to is our tenants. And if you look at the data that's in there, 92% of our tenants are currently paying more than 25% of their income, and that's going to keep getting worse. Because as the properties get get fixed up and improved, and as the market keeps going up, that number's going to get worse. And our tenants are not going to be able to afford that. I think your 5%, Claire, if we keep doing the track that we're going down, we probably will see a much higher turnover because our tenants will go, I've got to go somewhere else because I cannot afford the rents you're charging me. And the other part you've got there is 75% are paying more than 35% of their income in rent. And I think what we should be saying to them, to our tenants quite clearly, is you are paying the rent that you're paying because of government policy. Because of government policy. They are discriminating against councils and council housing tenants. So there are only two journeys for me. One is that we go down the track of establishing a CHIP, and we have to make that decision to start going down that track today, or alternately government steps up and actually says, councils, we are going to look after you and your tenants the same way we look after our own tenants, the same way we look after the community housing provider tenants. So I'm really happy to support the amendment, to keep advocating strongly to government. And interestingly, I looked at Christchurch. They took 2.5 years from standing start to having their CHIP set up. That was from standing start. So hopefully we can do quicker than 3 if we have to go down that track. So delighted to support this, and thanks again to the officers for all the hard work.
Kia ora, I'm going to speak now. I just want to start by saying that I think the fact that there's discomfort amongst this council around a CHIP is actually an endorsement to our staff at council for the amazing mahi that they do with our tenants and the security that council provides for our community around the way that we look after people. So I really want to thank our staff for the support that they provide. I think from my perspective, my concern around creating a CHIP is that actually our goal is to get IRS, and it's not like the government can't see that by putting the CHIP there, that's what we're trying to get. So actually, from my perspective, we actually just need to continue to communicate about the fact that the IRS is actually the key thing here, and that creating another vehicle which takes time, resource, probably quite a bit of money that we don't really know what that is, we could be putting that money into the social housing and moving it further on. So I think you know, when we've got quite a long time frame in front of us with a CHIP, we actually really need to make sure that we're clearly communicating that with a CHIP. We know that if we go under the current structure of a CHIP, that we won't actually get many people on with that. So we're going to have to do hard negotiations anyway. I think we should be doing the hard negotiations around IRS and making sure that we're clear why and how that works. Interesting to note too that IRS currently is actually only available to tenants who come from the MSD list. So our negotiations to get IRS through CHIP are going to be no easier than trying to get IRS without a CHIP. So actually I think maybe we really need to just think about what is the value behind it and what are we trying to achieve, because creating another vehicle won't necessarily improve our negotiation power. I just see that we're sort of creating another sort of cycle and spiral of process that we can get tangled up in, rather than actually focusing on the goal, which is to try and get a subsidy for as many of our tenants as possible. And I'm not sure that a CHIP necessarily makes that process any easier for us. So I'd have to say I'm okay and I'm comfortable with council exploring that and finding out what it looks like, but I'm not sure that the answers are necessarily going to make us whoop for joy and feel like we've really found the solution. So at this point in time, I think I'm really hoping that we can have a collective, really strong, as Councillor Fitzsimon says, I totally support having a formal process. We actually need all of these groups who have been talking to come together and say, at the end of the day, for the government, either way, if they give us IRS as we would like it, which is what we're going to be asking for through CHIP, they're actually going to be giving the same amount of money. The difference is that council's going to be spending a whole lot of extra money to get it through the CHIP process rather than getting it through IRS on its own. So I sort of feel like in some ways we're trying to jump over a higher bar than we need to. So yeah, I'm really keen for us to formalise this process and get on with it. Councillor Condi.
Kia ora, thank you. I just wanted to note the whole saga with IRS and the fact that in 2013 the government expanded IRS to include community housing providers, and this has really had the unintended consequence that we're seeing now, which is that councils have been moving their social housing off into community housing providers so that they can access this, and it's not clear to me that was actually, as I say, whether that was an intention of the policy. It seems like it was unintended, and clearly council having direct access to IRS is the best solution here. That said, government got advice in 2018 about how much it would cost to provide IRS direct to councils, and they still haven't done anything about it. So I think we really can't wait any longer in the hope that the government will come to the table with this. I think we do have to take the steps available to us. And the steps that are available to us are to start looking at setting up a community housing provider of our own. It's clear that there would be a benefit to ratepayers and our tenants. Now, obviously, it would be over a much longer time frame than we might like, but we have to do what we can do within the existing rules, and this is what we can do. If the government doesn't want us to start a community housing provider, that would be great. And they know what to do and where to find us, so that we can go ahead and actually access IRS directly. And I think I take your point, Councillor Day, and my message to the government would be the longer that we wait for you to deliver us IRS, the more money we are spending on restructuring and not on housing. So, please, this is our challenge to the government, that we really want to get on and help you with housing, but we need you to come to the table as well.
Kia ora. Is anyone else who'd like to speak to this? Councillor Rush.
Thanks. So I guess I'm broadly supportive. I'm just a little bit nervous about the language being used about the council being disappointed with the government's budget. There were a lot of things that went into that budget, and a lot of wins for some of our tenants. So I would rather reword that to simply state that note that the government did not commit to implementing, despite the long-standing importance. So, wrapping knuckles of the government is not something I do. Not in this space. I would in others. But so that's my only concern there. I also am a little bit. I find the strategy here to be a little bit odd, because there seems to be a broad view around the table that we will pursue the chip, and we'll wait for a report which will develop a whole range of options around what that might look like in September. But this proposal was to suggest that we start a negotiation with the government in parallel in something which is likely going to cost the government a lot more money, something they've already turned down. And I just think it's possibly burning political capital, which we probably could do better burning elsewhere, I suppose. So I'm just wondering, is our officers supportive of this amendment? You are? And the Mayor obviously is. Okay. Probably should have asked that question first.
Yeah, you could have saved a whole lot of words. Councillor Pennant.
Right. Well, I think what we will time and go, what the heck were we doing? Because we basically seen the chopping up of local government, and I'm very opposed to this. So we essentially, I've said to some of you, well, if we get rid of our housing and we get rid of our water, or it's taken off us, we're going to start, transport could be next. It's completely, could have a real job. Disempowering local government and local democracy. And obviously, as someone with a particular political persuasion, spending 9 years under a national government and local government was a very painful experience. And, I don't really want to package up our assets, which could be potentially sold off. So I am with Councillor Fitzsimons on this one, that I am very sceptical. It might be a pragmatic solution, but it has a very, very long-term consequences. What we should instead be saying is that local government has a huge job to do. We've got to fix our infrastructure, decolonise, make sure that people are well housed, fight climate change, and essentially our rates are not enough to do that. I think the officers were incredibly compelling in supporting my argument, because I thought Christchurch was kind of quite a good model, and now we just heard that they are actually going to transfer some of their assets to the chip. So in other words, that they wouldn't be safe. And whilst I will support Councillor Foon and her amendment, it's not really strong enough. We need to be really staunch on the fact that there is public ownership of this housing. And just my last point, look, I know people have been very... Nicola, would you mind not talking? Sorry. Well, through the chair, would you could you just text or something? It's just, that lots of lobbying has been done, but obviously we need to escalate our efforts, right? And the way to do that is through all territorial authorities, not just doing it on our own. So hopefully local government New Zealand will take a lead.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, councillors. I just briefly wanted to talk in support of the paper as amended. As we know, throughout the country, a whole bunch of other territorial authorities have struggled with the pressures on the networks, and I just wanted to briefly talk about over particularly the last couple of years, Wellington is not the only authority that has faced a graph of doom, and in fact, in the last year, I've seen reports of at least 2 other territorial authorities looking to sell off the rest of their remaining housing in order to keep themselves afloat through COVID. And in Earing, as someone who is a general supporter of this government, I also think we should be tough and frank with our friends when we talk about if they would like us to build more houses. Sorry, just looked at Fleur. If they want us to be building more houses, and this is one of the single best things that the government could be doing to house more people in our city, we've seen that coming through, pressures on our social housing has meant that some housing upgrades to council homes have been delayed. The longer that we wait for a solution for the sustainability of our social housing, the more likely our tenants are to find living in these spaces more financially unsustainable, the more pressure on different networks, and the more money that we have to sink into organisations like DCM, who came and spoke to us this morning about sustaining tenancies. I was in a meeting chatting with somebody who lives in our own social housing last week, and he was chatting with a financial sustainability manager as one of the programs we fund in grants, and he has $7 a week after paying for council rents and medical expenses, and he lives week by week off of free food supported by the grants that we give out and other homelessness providers. So if we are to talk about the government pulling every single lever on housing, this is pretty essential to ensuring that housing remains in public management and public ownership. And so lastly, to close off, I really do support this paper, and especially anything with bold and strong language, I think, and I would like to also thank Councillor Calvert and Councillor Fitzsimons for their advocacy and strong advocacy to central government on this issue.
Kia ora. Councillor Calvert, would you like to speak now?
Thank you.
Sorry. Well, she can speak whenever you like. You don't have to wait till the end. You can do it.
I'll speak now. I think there's enough people said something. Look, I personally don't support the development of a chip. I think we have it's a core responsibility of a council to ensure that there is social housing without leaving it to government to provide all the social housing, because as we've seen in previous governments, it's easy to sell it off when they choose, but we have that accountability to the people here, and so that's why. But I'm also a pragmatist and a realist and a centrist. So we need to have 2 parallel paths going ahead, because if we don't get the IRS, we need to not just push the can down the road for another year or 2. We need to start working on what a chip does look like. What are the options? And I know there's different models about how we do that. I have to say, income-related rents will make a huge difference. Having worked myself at Housing New Zealand, I know a Crown agency, I know with the Housing New Zealand, with that income-related rent subsidy they had, it enabled them to do a lot more. And it's the cash that we don't have, and we know they can do a lot more. We know even how they've been able to afford, even higher salaries for business consent people. And I know we had to put more money in so that we could retain our staff without them being going over to Kāinga. I think it's significant that 80% of our tenants would be eligible for income-related rents, which shows that probably since the deed was initiated in 2007, that, and I don't believe that that percentage was that at that time, it shows that we are housing even more of the vulnerable people at the end of the spectrum, and so we are housing people that would normally be housed by government. And so whether it's a model that's owned by government, whether it's a CHIP, whether it's council, at the end of the day, these are people on a certain income that can't afford to pay any more than 25% of their rent. Of their market rent. And I don't understand why why our tenants should be treated any differently to somebody else in a Kāinga or a home. It just seems completely unequitable to me and just basically unfair. I know the Mayor paints a picture of potential doom. I hear Councillor Rush saying, well, are we burning any political capital with government if we come hard at them? Well, I don't think we've got any political capital anyway to worry about. So I just think we haven't got anything to lose, to be honest. Well, I don't, so look, and we need to stand up for ourselves more. This government has not given us a cent for anything. We got no shovel-ready projects. We've got nothing. We've had major earthquake issues. So I don't think we should be worried about burning any political capital because they've just basically forgotten about us. And I think it's really important that we bring the Minister of Finance into this because obviously Treasury reports into them, and we have to renegotiate the deed of grant no matter what, whether we retain the social housing or transfer to CHIP, it needs to be renegotiated. So it's really important that he faces up to the situation we're in, and he's also a local MP. He knows the situation firsthand. So I'm not letting him off the hook at all in this. So, yes, as you know, he lives here. And I think I absolutely agree that we should, as a whole local government, we should be lobbying. And I know that's that type of work happening. But we are, Wellington City, we are in a unique position. We are actually here in the capital city. We have the beehive on our doorstep. So we should be playing a stronger role. And my suggestion to the Mayor, if it is critical for us, if it is really important, you could set up a working party around this to make sure that we are progressing in a timely fashion, month by month, and we have the emphasis on that. So I'm not moving an amendment for that to be here, but I do call on you to really seriously think hard about whether we actually needed to keep even tighter monitoring and control over this. How you do that, it's up to you, but I really think that we should, it is a critical issue for the city, and it needs a dedicated focus. So I'm calling on you to think about what could be done there. So anyway, I am supporting all these amendments, and I look forward to continuing to encourage the government to actually play its part in this.
Kia ora, thank you. Deputy Mayor Free.
Thank you. Well, that's a very rousing speech, Councillor Calvert, and I couldn't disagree with any of it, to be honest, but it follows on from some very pretty good points that other people have made as well. It's with reluctance that I support a CHIP, and it really is because I feel that that whole scenario about insolvency is something as directors, as governors, we actually can't ignore that. We have to have a plan. I have to say, though, that I don't totally understand why the CHIP is going to do any better at delivering decent housing than we can as council. The only difference would be the income-related rents. It was encouraging to me that City
Christchurch City Councillor Sarah Templeton did say that they've been able to build more housing, in her view, under the CHIP model. But I don't know that, again, I don't quite understand why that's the case. But that was something that did give me comfort. On the other hand, I take on board all the nervousness about disposal of assets and what that might mean down the future. The government obviously wants us to go down this path. They have resisted helping us. And I have to ask, what do they think the CHIP's actually going to offer Wellington that we couldn't offer? Is it because they think that there are economies to be made, sort of penny pinching around the edges? If so, we should be nervous. Is it because they genuinely believe it will free up resources and energy and effort from the private sector to actually build more housing? I think we do need to ask them, what is it that they think the CHIP will deliver that we couldn't deliver? Because if 80% of our tenants are getting income-related rents, they are exactly the sort of tenants that normally would be housed under their own Kāinga model, their own, whatever they call it now. But the thing is, to me, if there's something that doesn't quite add up, but it's a pathway that I think we do have to take, because there's no other option, and it's actually sad. I'll vote for it, but it's not. I don't think it's where any of us really want to be, or what any of us really wanted to do, but it seems to be the pathway that we have to go down if we're going to be responsible about where we're actually at right now, sadly.
Okay, we're going to go to right of reply now. Thank you.
Look, I just want to say very briefly, thanks to everybody for their contributions. I think they speak for themselves. I just wanted to highlight a couple. Mayor Foster, you raised issues about the financial impact of going to a CHIP. I think those concerns are well placed. And Councillor Day, the concerns you raised around the kind of process cost of the kind of going through all those bureaucratic hurdles are really well placed. And I think there is shared interest between government and the council, so there must be a way to move forward on this. And I guess I just hope that officers who will carry on the work on this are hearing that there is some concern and scepticism around the table about a CHIP. So I guess, I think that's just something to keep in mind as you are entering into these negotiations with the government and developing the way forward. Thanks, everyone.
Kia ora. So we're going to vote on this now. We've had a paper copy so that we are confident in what we're voting on. And there's the added amendment, yes, which is 6, a new E6.
Can I just say it's quite momentous that we've got I don't even know how many recommendations are here, but there's a lot, and it sounds like we're going to take them all as one. So I just think it's quite momentous.
We can do new things well, can't we? Hasn't worked. So Councillor Calvert, it's not very sensitive today. And it's unanimous. Right, I've made a bit of a plan in my head, and I just want to see if you guys agree. Jennifer has pretty amazingly found some food for us. We hadn't planned for lunch, but there is some food that we can have for lunch. And I wonder, because we've got some Mayor Councillor only time booked in about an hour or so, whether we want to go downstairs, if that's possible, and have our food and just have a bit of a catch up, and then come back and then get back in the meeting. So we might give ourselves an hour, which means we get a few minutes to ourselves, have a bit of a meeting, and then we're kind of using our time efficiently, because, I think
a bit of a catch up.
Actually, even just having a catch up is a good idea, and it means we can go and eat. You might want just time to go off and do something yourself as well. The problem is, we could do 45 minutes, but we're definitely going to need more than half an hour by the time we get ourselves sorted and get down there. So we could, why don't we come back at 1:15? Yeah. 1:15? Yeah. Let's be here getting underway punctually at 1:15, and hopefully we can work through the next bit quite quickly.
Acknowledge that this is clear. Rich, thank you for turning this. So I wanted to acknowledge that this is Claire's last meeting official meeting with you, her first meeting of this new committee, but also her last committee meeting with the council, because next week is Claire's last week. So I just want to acknowledge publicly how much we have appreciated Claire's work over the past more than year, and in particular, given the work involved in preparing for this advice and agenda given to you today, to acknowledge that. We are, as an executive leadership team, very sad to see Claire leave, but we fully understand the reasons for it. And I just want to publicly say thank you, Claire, from all of us, and to do that with the council here today.
Thank you from us elected members too. We really appreciate the mahi that you've done. Made a big difference in your time in council. We're going to miss you. Thank you. I can do the other one at the end because I'll still be here, so it's all good. It's all good. You're right. So. Yeah.
No.
It's next paper anyway. Yeah.
I think you should.
Yeah, we need to decide whether to go into public excluded. He's just.
So this is what we've provided in the past. Is basically.
Yeah, but there's no recommendations what to do with it.
No. So
Thank you. And we are going to, I'm going to move the motion that we go into public excluded for the 2 attachments to the report. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Deputy Mayor Free. Is there any debate? Nope. Okay, I now put the motion which has been moved and seconded. Oh, you're going to? No. Let's vote. So if you can just vote on that, Councillor. Is Councillor Condi back? Yes, she's okay. Thank you, Councillor Condi. No, because they can. It's not live streamed. What's that? So that was carried. So now we're back to where we were a few minutes ago, where you're giving us. We're not on live stream yet. We're just waiting for a.
Thumbs up.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Got to go on to, hang on, just got to go on to live stream.
Oh, yes, of course.
Just wait for the wave. We're back on. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we are going to debate, or we're going to have an introduction from Liam on item 2.4, update on the Kāinga program. And I just want to remind councillors that in your debate, you just need to be aware of the public excluded content when you're debating. So over to you, Liam.
Paper 4 now. Yep. Thank you, councillors. So I'm happy to introduce this paper. This is an exciting project, and I'm excited to have John here to help talk it through. The idea here is to provide an update of the work completed to date. It also notes in the paper that we are evaluating our first ship to leave the dock, if you like, the Aroha development, and we'll be coming back with a full evaluation in the Planning Committee for October. It also talks about other opportunities that are out there, but primarily this is a chance for councillors to ask questions on the progress more broadly of Te Kāinga, and I have John here to answer some questions, if there are any.
Great. Pātai. Anyone got any pātai on this? Any questions? No? Great. That was very quick. Thank you very much both for being available to answer any questions. I'm now going to invite Councillor Fitzsimons to move the motion.
Yeah, look, in the spirit of the lack of questions, I think I'll just do this very briefly. It's the Te Kāinga program has been something that has been traditionally unanimously supported around this table as a win-win for the council and for building owners, and also for people that are struggling to find affordable rental accommodation. It is important that we do keep the momentum going, but also that we do review the program as it goes and learn from lessons as it's implemented. So I encourage you to support the recommendations.
Who would like to speak? Mayor Foster, go. Would you like to speak?
Only just to say it was a real pleasure with Councillor Fitzsimons and John and team to go and welcome some of the first tenants into Te Kāinga Aroha. Was a couple of months ago, and they were absolutely thrilled, and just some good backstories that people had of obviously challenging being able to get into accommodation, but obviously delighted to be there. So I think it's really positive.
Councillor Penner.
Look, obviously I'm very positive about this too, so thank you to the staff for the amazing amount of work that they've done, and also, of course, to former Mayor Lester, who pushed this one really hard and got it across, and Brian Dawson as well. They did a great job. It is good, and it shows what happens when government gets involved. You don't need the private market to get you good outcomes. The only thing I will raise, Councillor Fitzsimon, you might want to respond to this, that I've had that challenge about why put key workers into rental housing. We should be trying everything we can to enable people to buy. Now that's obviously difficult at the moment, but nevertheless I think it's a fair enough challenge that unless people have got a pathway to home ownership, it's not the greatest long-term solution. Now, of course, we're probably a more stable landlord, but nevertheless, it isn't the absolute ideal. So, and if you've got teachers and police on $70,000 or $80,000 a year, then they should absolutely, in a normal and proper functioning housing market, should be able to have their own house. So, just interested as we proceed through our program how we manage that particular issue.
Councillor Matthews.
I wasn't going to speak, but I'm going to. Just to note that I think that a long-term rental is a highly sought-after thing. And that it is actually life-changing. I note that we lost our bowel screening program because the nurses couldn't afford, they couldn't get nurses living in Wellington. And that actually renters are here to stay, and there is, there is going to be half of our city who will rent forever. And actually to provide them with stable quality accommodation is a really good goal. And if we focus our attention too much on first home buyers, generally, both us and central government, we ignore the current living situations of the population who can't, they've just actually given up on the idea of owning a home. And I think we have to sort of not give up on it as an objective, but recognise that long-term rentals are valuable in their own right.
I will also quickly speak to it as well along those lines, in that I think we've seen a conversation in the community this week around the challenges of bodies corporate, and actually there are many people who don't necessarily want to take on that responsibility and that weight that can be lumbered on you as an owner of something when you're having to work with a lot of other people to solve the problems. And in this situation, you're working with council, who obviously have a lot of knowledge and experience in managing a building through this sort of the challenges, the ups and downs, the earthquake issues that come. And I think it's important that we acknowledge that some people don't want actually to have that burden of being responsible for that. So actually I think we need to provide different options for our communities, and I think it's important that we see this as being an important option for people who want a warm, dry home and don't necessarily want the burden of having to manage that, and all of the challenges that come with being a collective owner can be quite hard. Councillor Calvert, you've got an amendment, have you? Working out. Councillor Foon, would you like to speak while Councillor Calvert is getting herself ready?
I just really want to thank the team and for the relationship building. I'm really excited about the collaboration aspect of this, and that we are having a positive relationship with a private organisation. But, it's just so great to have these positive stories coming out for council. And, I'm really proud to be around while this is being the first ship to leave the dock. And may there be many more, and pop the champagne, because this is a really great story for Wellington. I also agree it's critical that we build up a good rental stock. We want people able to be transient in Wellington, and that's a really important part, as we've heard about the hospo industry, of what makes Wellington tick as well. So yes, both options please. So thank you to all the team for the mahi on this.
Kia ora. Councillor Calvert, I think you might be ready. Saw you look.
I think so. We probably just need to get officers' advice on this, but just to make sure it makes sense. It's just slightly amended to the first version I sent through to you, but just following on conversations about ensuring that any discussions around future proposals without defining what those minimum standards may well be, but knowing that we've asked questions around the size of apartments, storage space, accessibility standards, and occupancy levels. So I just probably would like officer advice, because I know it's just sort of last minute, whether this works for you.
Through you, Madam Chair, no, I think that's really well crafted, Councillor. I'd just add that, well, in terms of, I mean, what this is going to do is give John the ability to signal the intent of council, and shortly, in about a year's time, they'll have something very similar in the district plan requiring them to at least acknowledge these minimum standards. So I think it's consistent.
Just need to make sure that it makes sense.
Yeah, we just fix the grammar. And if officers are fine with it, I'm happy. Should we just include it in the substantive?
If you're comfortable about that, yeah.
Once the grammar's sorted.
Or is it because you've already moved, does that come?
That's fine.
Just take that future
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to just, I mean, I'm happy to take on further discussions of that. I was just trying to refer to the new lot, not the current lot, because I know you're well in train with the current lot.
Future proposals, just take out further discussions.
Yeah, on further discussions, take that out. Yeah.
Officers consider on future proposals for the long-term lease. Yeah. And then take out consideration.
Well, I don't know. I'm comfortable, but yeah, just want to put that in there.
Officers consider on future proposals. On future proposals to take out those three words. So future proposals for long-term, is that satisfy people?
Okay, well, yeah, that's...
There's concerned-looking faces, so I just want to make sure that people are comfortable with what we've got here. Yep. For a different paper, okay, yep.
Want to reply?
No, we need to actually vote on this amendment. Are you going to include it? Be included as part of the substantive. By the leave of the meeting, people have agreed to put it in part of the substantive, so we can just, is there any further debate on the paper? Deputy Mayor Free.
Too much, but actually I just think the point about, you know, what people live in one part of their lives, I think as long as it's good quality, it doesn't necessarily matter that it's small, you know, and so there's a lot of people might be very comfortable and happy with this for a certain stage of their lives. Doesn't mean it's going to be forever necessarily, but I do take on board Councillor Matthews' point that there may be more people for whom renting is a lifetime option. But I think what I am encouraged to see is that we are building a housing ecosystem that we're actually have been able to be part of. So, you know, we've got things like the homeless, the provision like the Wellington Women's Homeless Trust and the night shelter, which we've been involved in helping that you know, both those things happen, the wet house. You know, it is quite encouraging, I think, that along with our own social housing, which we've had since 1950s or 60s, that we're getting into a more diverse kind of provision. And so I think, you know, this is great.
Great, so we're back to right of reply, Councillor.
Oh, look, just very briefly, just wanted to pick up on that point from Councillor Pennant around key workers in rental housing and her preference for home ownership. And I guess that we've got a housing market that's so out of control that we need to find solutions in all possible ways. And this is one way of making a difference in the lives of working people who in the current market, without help from parents or someone else, could never afford to buy a home and may not wish to. And I guess the thing about this scheme is that it creates that security of tenure over a up to 20-year period that is so unusual in the rest of the housing market. So it makes renting a much more stable and secure arrangement for people, and particularly for families. And that was the feedback that the Mayor and I got when we met with people, is that they felt so secure that their tenancy wasn't going to be taken away, and it just lifted the stress, reduced their stress as soon as they moved in. And I guess I'm happy with Councillor Calvert's amendment, but I guess I would just caution a little bit about not messing with this scheme too much, because it is set up in a way, it operates very simply, it operates in a way that works, and the whole point of it is that we are partnering with the market in quite an unusual way for a public organisation in order to get the outcomes we want. And if we start kind of meddling too much, we risk undermining what's good about the scheme. I mean, I'm happy with that, but I'm just sort of suggesting as a way forward. And I also just want to say that rental housing is normalised in many, many other countries around the world. It is the normal way for people to live in many countries, and the problem in New Zealand is the lack of, well, one of the problems is a real lack of security of tenure, and I think these apartments make wonderful, wonderful homes.
Lovely. Okay, we will now vote on that. Moved and seconded. And that's unanimous. Fantastic, thank you. Right, now we're going to move on to item 2.5. Yeah. I feel like we've...
Is this going to be unanimous as well?
I'm getting myself confused.
There's so much harmony today.
There is. Good, isn't it? So what I'd like to do now is ask Liam to introduce item 2.5, which is affordable housing supply and development, and then we'll have any questions following his introduction. So
thanks, Madam Chair. So I was reflecting on this paper last night, thinking how do you summarise such a complex and huge issue, and an issue that the city's obviously tackling with right now. And of course this is the bookend to the whole range of the housing spectrum papers you've seen today, from city housing all the way to the market. This paper is an attempt to capture what we're doing in this space and how we're working with the market, with our partners, Hard and KO, Mana Whenua for that matter, and how we're trying to understand this very, very fluid situation at the moment around some of the initiatives central government are advocating for on behalf of New Zealanders, really. So one thing we have in here which is quite significant is the stretch target around 1,000 homes in 5 years through the Kāinga program, and we believe we can achieve that. I've talked a little bit about how we're going to resource the Build Wellington team to ensure that we have that under control and we're reporting regularly to Council on progress. The opportunity now is to ask questions, probe a little on some of the material that John's put together and the team's put together, and clarify any points for you.
Great, thank you. Any pātai? Councillor Fitzsimons?
Yeah, I guess I'm a little bit disappointed because 18 months ago I kind of expected this paper would include some clear proposals for work with Kāinga Ora and MHAD, and I guess I'm just keen to get assurances that there's no internal barriers to that happening before the next report. So we are actually going to firm up some actual proposals and bring them to this table.
Through you, Madam Chair, that's the intent. I'll get John to talk to a couple of opportunities in detail.
Yeah, so the intent again is to come back in October, and I think at that point we hope and expect to be a bit more site specific, locale specific. I cannot undersell the amount of work that we've done with HUD and KO over the last 7 or 8 months, and the benefit of that as well is we're sharing a lot in terms of our development pipeline, our information, and actually in terms of some of the questions we had earlier around resource, that does make a significant difference because it then takes away any issues around almost being in competition with each other. It's about actually trying to bring the resources, collectively, and we are working really hard in terms of having that joined up sort of pipeline and being as specific as we can around some proposals. So as I say, we will be bringing that back in October.
Mayor Foster.
Thank you. Look, I just have one question. It's probably one you predict, which is on page 135. You've got the spectrum there of the different sorts of housing. It's that right-hand end of the spectrum that I'm interested in. So we're going out, we're doing our spatial plan. At the moment, our spatial plan's predicated on an uptake of about 10% of the capacity that we give. And of course that means we've got to scatter capacity across the whole city, which has infrastructural and amenity, etc. implications, which may not be entirely desirable. So my question really is the conversations that you're having with KO and HUD to actually get more engaged in actually delivering market type housing as well. Doesn't mean that we've got to deliver it, but we actually facilitate the delivery of that, through master planning, placemaking, compulsory acquisition if need be to support that. But actually, and then it doesn't matter who delivers it, but actually that whole model. I thought that was where Councillor Fitzsimons was going, but I think you were talking more about the affordable bit. But I was just talking about housing supply generally. So we're actually driving the market rather than just allowing the market. My usual words are UDA, but through you, Madam Chair, the short answer is yes. But I'd go back to my earlier comments when introducing the paper. It's incredibly complex. I think what I'm encouraged by from the work from the Planning and Environment Group is that we have better understanding now of the infrastructure constraints around the city, and we're able to share that information with KO and HUD, so they can launch, if you like, with us to take on major regeneration, urban regeneration opportunities. We shouldn't discount the catalyst that Let's Get Wellington Moving will create as well, in terms of whatever recommendations come out of that group and how that's going to catalyse, I believe, the confidence not only in the market but in the city from a transit-orientated development point of view. But that's the point, is that if we invest infrastructure in area A, B and C rather than have to do it in D, E, F, G, H, I, etc. all at once, and Let's Get Wellington Moving, which is clearly going to be one of the things which will drive the priority areas that we're choosing, then it says go and make as much as you can out of those areas rather than scattergun. Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. So, that's difficult to do, but we're doing it. So, Wellington Water, for example, the LTP, the Forward Works program, the Forward Works viewer of not only us and Wellington Water, but other agencies. We're trying to ensure that we're aligning, building back better, if you like, to the priority needs of those growth corridors.
That's all the questions we've got on the piece of paper. So thank you very much. We'll get on to the debate. So I'd now like to invite, thank you both for that. I'd now like to invite Councillor Fitzsimons.
I promise that you basically won't ever hear from me again after today.
Another one.
One more, and then that's it. For months and months and months, I promise. I guess just want to really acknowledge the officers, and I think that this work is kind of in train and has so much potential. And I'm particularly pleased to see the target of 1,000 to Kāinga homes to be delivered or under contract in the next 5 years, because that really starts to create the possibility of a genuine secondary market of affordable rental housing in Wellington, where rents can't go up by more than the costs it's facing. So rather than this kind of rental market which is driven at maximum profit for landlords, we are now going to have 1,000 homes within 5 years where rents cannot go up in that uncontrolled way. So I think this council can be very proud of the role it's playing. It is just a step, and look, maybe it's the sort of thing that we'll see increasing over time as we learn more about the scheme, and it's particularly exciting if we can start to do some new build developments under the scheme as well, because that will really change the nature of how it operates and the possibilities for it operating all over the city. So I commend this to you all.
Mev Foster, would you like to second this?
Delighted to do so, but I don't need to speak.
You need to speak?
It's good stuff.
Yeah, so if you do your amendment, that would be great. So Councillor Pennant, if you want to speak to your amendment.
Just very briefly, so thank you Councillor Fitzsimons and to the staff. It's fantastic. There you go. We're creating houses, which is good. And just to clarify, I'm sure I've spoken to some of you before. Of course, I know that rentals are going to stay, but just obviously given our legal structure, renting can sometimes be precarious, and that needs to change. And I don't see the government sort of moving towards allowing people to rent for 20 years yet. Hopefully that will happen. But that's just where it does become quite tricky. So I got the officers to help me with this amendment. So we've had quite a lot of discussion around this, just because of around costs and the way that the developers are operating. But I'd just like to show you a graph, and you don't really need to see much. And this graph shows the city's emission profile. So the yellow is our transport, which is why we've taken serious action on transport. But the blue is buildings. And so if we are serious about climate change, which we are, we need to take serious action around our building quality. It is a major cause of environmental problems, and of course including ill health. Green buildings are healthy buildings. So officers have suggested this wording. I did ask around whether we should be trying to aspire to a particular Homestar standard, because I do strongly believe, of course, that renters deserve very good quality building as well as being accessible, because otherwise we are shutting people literally out of housing which we are involved in. So that is what they have said. It will allow some flexibility around implementing any solutions, and the wording was deliberately chosen, creative solutions, to look at how we can get our buildings more sustainable and more accessible for disabled people, older people, and for everyone ultimately. I guess we obviously have an affordability crisis, but my argument would be also that we have a climate and an ecological crisis, and a crisis which deeply impacts on disabled people. And so this amendment is trying to address this, as was Councillor Calvert's amendment in the previous paper. It will refer to existing buildings as well as new buildings. I accept obviously that it's easier with new buildings, but I still think we should give existing buildings a crack. That's where a lot of people will continue to live in, and we need to improve the quality. Thanks.
I've just got a quick question, Councillor Pennant. The second bullet point, I think it should say an updated risk assessment program. You had assessment. Oh, hang on. Yep. It's already been changed. Can you just check that? Sorry, this is very efficient. The wording was just in a slightly different order. Are you happy with what we've got there? Yeah. Cool. Who's seconding? Councillor Foon, would you like to speak to this?
Kia ora, and thank you, Councillor Pennant, and I'll keep it brief, but I think by putting this amendment in, particularly around sustainability and understanding the emissions of our stationary stock, which is our housing, but we've got really big opportunities here around the circular economy and the C&D industry at the moment in Wellington alone. I think it's hard to recall these stats, but 579,000 tonnes per year are going to landfill. That's a desktop study, but basically last week we heard about at a waste forum, a whole new industry that's developing out of the C&D market, and producers of building stock are taking ownership and trying to implement systems, for example, one around GIB, because there's so much GIB that gets wasted in buildings. So I guess there's just lots of desire from the market to really bring in new solutions which create jobs as well. So when we put amendments like this in place, it actually helps our team to start asking and for in procurement that the right solutions come along. So happy to second Councillor Pennant.
Yeah, she was on ages ago.
So just very briefly, so I totally accept we have a housing crisis and we need to do something about it. And others do too, but I don't believe that increasing the requirements, making it harder and harder and more expensive to build is going to help the housing crisis. I'm bemused that Councillor Pennant wants to give buildings a crack. The last thing we want is to give buildings cracks, but just saying that in passing. But we need to use the district plan and the design guidelines. Yes, I totally support all the sort of quality buildings, all those kind of things, but don't have them inherit requirements because it just makes it more difficult for people to build and you'll get fewer houses. Someone say less houses.
I would say fewer. Councillor Poole.
I think we're building lots of buildings as a council, and I think this is probably the exception that I'd take in terms of sustainability, because I think the urgency for people to be sheltered is more important, is actually at the crux of a just transition when it comes to climate change. We can't create new crises. Well, I guess the housing crisis is an existing crisis, but you can't worsen crises trying to address other ones. And I just think, Councillor Pennant, I'd love to see this energy when the spatial plan comes back, because to me this is kind of saying that renters and vulnerable people should be the ones doing the heavy lifting for climate change. What about heritage? Are you going to keep the same energy when we have to look at heritage requirements to densify? Because actually that's a bigger climate lever that we can pull, is densifying in the inner city so that people can walk to their places of work and schools and stuff. So let's keep the same energy across housing, not just for those living in public housing, but those owner-occupiers as well. And I'll support this one, but maybe I won't, but I'll think about it, I'll listen to debate, but I just think, keep the same energy when the spatial plan comes back.
Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, look, I've just very happy to support this. I understand it's supported by officers and it's pretty close to what we're doing, and it will just give a bit of an extra push. So as much as I'm reluctant to meddle too much with the Kāinga program, my understanding is that this can easily be incorporated into the existing contractual arrangements, so it's good.
Deputy Mayor Free.
I was just going to ask a question of officers actually about exactly that. I understood that there was supported by them, but given the issues that people are raising, I just want to make sure that officers are comfortable and they actually can maybe talk to some of those issues that have been raised, whether this does actually make it more onerous to deliver anything.
I think if the advice has been that officers support it, then I think we just...
I'm asking, well, I can disappear and ask them that question separately, but I don't want to particularly leave the debate. But I mean, they do have an obligation to give us advice if we ask for that on amendments.
We got a nod just then that they do support it.
Yes, we're happy. Okay, cool.
Yeah. I think it's hard for them not to get into more and more detail and then not feel like they're still joining the debate. So yeah, good, as long as you're okay with that. So it was Deputy Mayor Free.
Yeah, look, I will support this because I think it is important that we think about new buildings and take every opportunity to make them as good as they can be. And I think there was a pretty salutary lesson when we found out we had to put in air conditioning in one of the buildings because it was overheating. So, you know, sometimes you can have too much of a good thing when it comes to glass. But yeah, as a general principle, I do support that we try and do continually improve practice. It doesn't need to be expensive, but it's just sometimes it's putting the thought into the design and making sure it's fit for purpose and it's doing things in the most efficient and sustainable way. And I take on the point about the building industry itself, but that's a bit of a wider issue, one we probably don't have a huge amount of control on, but worth signalling that it's a little bit of a concern.
Okay, so we're up to right of reply.
Quickly. Expertise in around construction. Thank you. The market is responding, and Councillor Free, you've obviously done lots of home energy audits, and you know how to make, how to improve buildings, which is super helpful. Yes, it can be incorporated into the existing arrangements. It does have officer support. I just want to respond. Councillor Paul, I'm curious. We will have that discussion later. I personally don't have a hotline to the climate, because the climate's heating and buildings are a massive contributor. So I guess, you know, as always, which is why I'm happy to talk about subsidisation. This is part of the just transition. We need better buildings, and we also need to make it affordable. And actually, some homeowners are definitely doing some heavy lifting. Councillor Paul, I'll take you around with my children one time without a car. It's you know, it takes a bit of work, and of course homeowners absolutely, and it includes myself, it's, you know, thousands of dollars, should be investing in homes to make them more sustainable. You know, doing as much insulation as possible, you know, improving heating and all that sort of stuff. But I just, you know, I basically consider that the housing market is discriminating against disabled people, which is unacceptable, and it ultimately discriminates against people on low incomes if they are not in good quality housing. So I think this is good, and at some point we will look at more mechanisms to help with the just transition, and I expect that you will lead that work. Thank you.
All right, now that's been moved and seconded, we can vote. So we're just voting on numbers 11 and 12 in the amendment. And that is carried. Thank you. Right, so now we're back to the substantive. Councillor Matthews.
Just very briefly, I'm super excited to see an ambitious target for Te Kāinga, and, you know, as a renter, that being able to live somewhere for a long period of time and having that security is just, I can't tell you how life-changing it is. It really has been for me in the house that we currently rent. But I guess I would like, it's like you were talking about with the energy, I'd like to see the same energy in all of the things that we do, and particularly in our upcoming spatial plan, to enable the development of the maximum amount of housing that we can to address our affordability and supply crisis. And I guess for me that means a little bit more that we will try and move on from making judgments about whether we think housing looks nice or it looks cheap, or the size of a particular. I understand that it's good to have a minimum size. We don't want people living in wardrobes, but actually they're living in wardrobes now, and you know, and other sort of aesthetic and lifestyle kind of calls about the way other people live, because actually we don't have enough housing for people to live in and they can't afford it. So I just want us to have that enabling, you know, to the max. Thank you.
I'll just quickly speak. I just want to acknowledge as well the target of 1,000 homes in 5 years. That is exciting, and I truly hope that we can do that, because that will be when we start to see massive change. And I do want to acknowledge and thank the staff for the amazing work they're doing, having seen from the beginning of the journey of like, how do we do this new thing, to now talking about how to refine it and improve it is it's actually, I know it feels like things take a long time in council, but actually it's been quite rapid really, and I think the staff need to be commended for actually getting on and doing an excellent job of making this work to the point where we've got people now, developers coming to us saying we want to do this and we've got an idea, and our staff are able to engage with that and think about how we can improve it every time, which is so exciting. So thank you, and I do want to acknowledge our previous mayor for his leadership and vision on this, and that actually it just goes to show that sometimes we do just have to come up with things that are quite different. And I also just want to say that I'm really looking forward to seeing the opportunities with Kāinga Ora and iwi around housing development, because I know that they are also both in their own right, very, very keen to do everything possible to increase housing supply, and that actually together there are amazing opportunities. So I'm really looking forward to hearing back in September, I think it was September, about what's coming and what we can do to just make Wellingtonians' lives better, to have a house, a warm, dry home to live in. That's all on the speaking list. Are there any others who'd like to speak to the substantive? Okay. Lafondi's there. Okay, so right of reply.
Thanks, everybody.
Cool, we can vote. One more. Just one more. All right, that's unanimous. Fantastic. Thank you. Deputy Mayor is bathing in this. Let's go. Let's go. Right, let's keep moving because we're nearly there. So we're on to item 3.1, which is the report of the Kāwai Whakatipu Grant Subcommittee meeting of the 19th of May. And I don't know who's coming.
I think I'm just introducing it.
You're just going to introduce it.
I think I am just going to introduce it, and I hope that
debate.
You are on the Grants Committee, Mayor Foster. I've answered your question already. Mark's here.
Mark's here. We couldn't. Thank you. Thank you.
Is it about the polo one?
Can
we just get the paper sent to you? Yeah, we'll just get the paper. I've read the paper. Oh, okay.
I've read the grants paper.
Okay.
Is it a question that needs to be answered by officers, or can you do it through the chair?
It's quite complicated, and we did have the public participants, but it might need sport and it might need PSR.
I can try and get somebody.
Which are your questions for?
My questions.
I might be able to
answer. There's a
it.
reference in the grants paper to the polo ground building. It's a $2 million project, and it says we're putting in 300K from this budget, and then there's 40%, which is 800K being paid for by the clubs, and the rest of it is in our budgets. Now, the question was, and Fleur said, that's something that's been dealt with in terms of asset management, but I just wanted officers to actually tell us, where's that other 900K coming from?
Yeah, I asked the same question, and I remember where I was when I asked it, and if you can take it on my word, I can reassure you that Sarah Murray and Paul Andrews have a very good answer to that. And if you, here's Paul Andrews now, you could probably get him to answer.
All right, Paul. No, my haere mai, Paul.
Perfect timing.
We've got a question.
Patai.
A partai.
Yeah.
Paul, could I just get you up to the table to respond to a question from the Mayor?
Your timing was actually pretty impressive. Perfect timing.
So my question's about the polo ground building.
Yep.
So in the grants committee paper, it says 300K from the sports fund.
Yep.
It says 40% or 800K from the clubs, and the other 900K is in our budgets. Now, could you just tell us about the in our budgets? Is that an asset management plan allocation which has been made as per all our asset management plans?
It is, and we're just working through a process at the moment. We did a detailed kind of condition assessment of the building. Because with this renewal/upgrade, we've basically wanted to look at components of the building that will probably nearing the end of the economic life. I'm not sure if many of you are familiar with the building. So we're looking at some of the exterior components. There's about 400K of renewals that need to be done on the exterior of the building, cladding, etc. And then the other part of the funding will come from our pavilion. Don't quote me. I'd need to come back to you on what project it is. It's all in our renewals. But I think at the moment we are very much at concept design. And as we move through these projects, we always know that the risk is they become bigger. So we've been, in terms of doing our due diligence, we have, as I say, done a really detailed condition assessment of the building, and that's stuff we need to do as a building owner. We're obligated to do that, but we just need to make sure with the timing of this work, we future-proof. We don't want to be scaffolding and doing stuff on a building and then coming back in 3 or 5 years. So it's similar to other projects where we work through the clubs, and generally, we've said there's a 60-40 split, I think, in the funding. Yeah, and so at the moment we've said that's 800K. Yep. If that changes, then our expectation will be their contribution increases. So look, I think there's a little bit of work to do with the club yet. We don't actually have a signed agreement with them yet, but we will work towards that.
So it's all subject to. Okay.
Yeah.
So basically, what you're saying is this building's got a future.
Oh, without a doubt.
That's
and I think the exciting bit about this project is actually it brings 2 clubs that run quite separate club rooms at the moment into one space in the building and frees up the rest of the building for community and indoor use. And we've got a real, despite having the ASB down the road, we still have a shortage in the city around indoor recreation space. So yeah.
Good. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Paul. Okay. Cool.
Any other questions? Cool. Okay, I'll invite. Thank you, Paul, for your amazing timing, coming in just at the right point. Thank you.
Carrie texts me. Watching you guys.
Yeah.
Sorry, Carrie.
So now I'm going to hand over to Councillor Fitzsimons to introduce or to move item 3.1.
Yeah, and it is my pleasure to move it. And obviously at the Grants Committee we did discuss these in a lot more detail, but I just briefly wanted to thank the staff. I'll just go through them very briefly, each one. The first one is the creation of the Renters Advocacy Service being run by Community Law Wellington, and I particularly want to acknowledge Jenny Rains because at the Grant Subcommittee we kind of casually said, oh yeah, we've got this election promise from Renters United that will support a Renters Advocacy Service. We really need to get onto that and see what we can do, and it's a really big problem in Wellington. She's like, oh yeah, we'll sort it out. We'll see if Community Law can do it. That sounds good. And bang, then we got a proposal, and then it happened. And I said, with all due respect to officers, it's not often that easy to get some change here, but there has also been a lot of other people who've contributed to that, particularly Kate Scarlett at Wellington Community Law, and the lawyer that we had here today, whose name I'm Mark Chris, yeah. And I guess I just wanted to say that I've worked at the Community Law Centre, and they are specialists in dealing with unmet legal need in the community. They are very good at it. They operate under the supervision of many, many experienced lawyers from firms across Wellington who give up their time pro bono to help the Community Law Centre and to supervise their work, but they are also specialists in their own right. And obviously there is already a power imbalance just by nature of the relationship between landlords and tenants, but in an overheated, out-of-control housing market, that power imbalance becomes so much worse and so much more dangerous and damaging. So this service is really about trying to take one small step to address that power imbalance and hopefully make Wellington landlords think twice before they act unlawfully and in an unfair manner towards tenants. So I'm really excited about what that service will deliver, and just want to give a big shout out to Renters United for the work that they did in the lead up to the last election, where they asked us to pledge our support to the development of this service. And I think that's a lovely tale about how a lobby group can affect real change around this table and see a good outcome for renters in Wellington. The next one is DCM, and again that's coming because that is above the $100,000 limit that the Grants Committee has authority for. DCM are well known to us. We've got a long and enduring relationship with them. They really have moral integrity and moral authority in dealing with Wellington's most vulnerable people, and I think that we can be assured that the assertive outreach program and the work that they do getting people into homes is making a real difference to our most vulnerable people, and our contribution is only a small amount of what's needed for the work that they do. But it is, I think, a source of pride for this council that we are more active in this space than some councils, including in the Wellington region. Finally, the Sportsville Partnership for the Polo Grounds. This has been really strongly supported by the community there. The team, the rugby team came and spoke to us. Is it the Oreos? Yeah, the Oreos, and I know them from sport, but also I know that they have wide reach in the eastern suburbs and have people in all sorts of powerful places, and have done a very good job of working with our officers to see this come forward to us today. And it is through that Sportsville Partnership Fund. It's a little bit of a different model, but it's very well supported by that community and by our officers, and there's been a lot of work gone into it. So want to acknowledge the officers in PSR, particularly Sarah Murray, for the work that's gone into that relationship.
Kia ora. Would you like to second Councillor Matthews?
Yeah, and I'll speak very briefly mainly about the community law, the Tenants Advocacy Service, that I think even as a renter, when you have a lot of skills, your landlord sometimes will try and, do a shifty and charge you for a bill of an electrician call out, or or insist you get your carpets cleaned and all those sorts of things. And that the service that they provide, it's going to fill a real gap. And I know that I've had residents from my ward contact me, and they've tried to ring the council about advice about the quality of their housing, and were sort of fobbed off. And so now we'll have somewhere to send them to get the advice that they need. I would really like to acknowledge Fleur, your persistence, Councillor Fleur, that we had quite a lengthy discussion about testing out what our powers were, and some councillors, not me, were reluctant to use our powers in terms of having enforcing sort of decent kind of quality housing for unsafe conditions, and that you kind of had we pushed quite a lot to get to this point, and that this is actually a very cost-effective way of doing more and what is our role here. So I'm very excited that we will be doing this if you vote for it.
Councillor O'Neill.
Kia ora, thank you. I just briefly wanted to talk to DCM's funding application and a little bit of the story behind this significantly large grant and the number of discussions that we've had sitting in at the last Grants Committee, but over months and months. And just to sort of reiterate some discussions around Te Mahana today, and at the last Grants Committee, Manda and Jenny Rains came and gave a bit of an update on the Te Mahana strategic approach refresh there. So post-lockdown, we saw a lot of agencies come together and ensure that our most vulnerable people had shelter, and some media reported that we had indeed ended homelessness. But even as Natalia and Stephen talked to us today, we've talked about how that's kind of fueled a bit more of a vicious cycle of getting people into emergency housing, but that's shelter, not homes. And just to kind of talk a little bit about why we need the strategic refresh on Te Mahana as being for greater equitable outcomes. And I want to take this time to acknowledge Claire Richardson for your work on the Homelessness Strategic Leadership Group as chair and co-chair in that space, because out of that area, that is a group that has strategic collaboration across MSD, corrections, kahununu whānau services, DCM, City Mission, Ngāti Toa, Taranaki Wānui, and so forth. And kind of what's coming out of that is that we know that there still aren't kind of equitable and proper solutions for Māori in Wellington, and that is more of looking to a really exciting approach with your leadership, Claire, and Manda and Jenny and Mark in this space to see better outcomes for people in Wellington. And that's kind of why we need a bit more of a refresh, because 2016, although still is up there, we've still got a central government plan that we need to realign to, and also some more housing first things that weren't around back in that day. And then lastly, just to kind of talk a little bit about a big thank you to He Paiaki, our local hosts, and our the two programs that we fund DCM for, so Sustaining Tenancies and Assertive Outreach, and how awesome they are as well. And then lastly, just to talk, every single paper we have debated today will ultimately impact our other partners in this area, DCM and City Mission and Kahununu as well. And keeping those relationships open and positive is really awesome. So really pleased to see my colleagues kind of holding that baton this morning and being very respectful around those people in our city. So thank you.
Kia ora. Councillor Calvert, thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to support these recommendations, but I wanted just to note a number of different aspects. I know when Renters United asked us to fund what I understood to be more of an inspection type service rather than a advocacy service, I was very reluctant because I did really feel this was government's role. And they should be funding it because they have access to a lot more different funding tools, and they're the ones who set the legislation. So it really is ultimately their role. However, I think this is a good compromise in terms of the community law. I think funding it at that level, I think that's good, and that's something that we can afford as a city. But it doesn't. I think there's still a gap in somebody being able to do those property inspections, and I think the government needs to look seriously at how it does fund that, whether it funds councils to do that, whether it undertakes that service itself. I think that's an opportunity, and acknowledging the work of DCM and acknowledging that a lot of the work is also, and since COVID a year ago, there's been a lot more emergency housing in our city where a lot of people come from outside of our city into an area that they're not familiar with, and that, as we know, down Courtney Place, Manners Mall, has caused us a number of issues, and that's a choice by MSD to house people there, MSD being a government department, and I know it probably sounds like I'm banging on against the government, but I am. Because I just really think that we keep having to pick up these costs. We collect several $100 million in rates. On those rates, we pay GST of 15%. That's really our only way of getting income. Yet the government has takes a slice off our income that we receive. Yet more and more we're being asked to fund things that should be coming from our taxes from central government. And we feel we have to, because like most things, council's the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff almost. It's a bit like our building inspectors. If they don't quite get it right, we end up being the last organisation standing. So I'm happy to support these, but I think, again, and I'm quite happy to advocate as well, but we need more funding from government. If they've put back in the legislation about community wellbeing, yet no other funding has been allowed, no other funding tools. When we come up with ideas, nothing ever happens. So I think it's good that the council is involved in some of these things, but there is only so much money to go around, and we do need to be conscious of that. So as much as we'd love to do lots of things, we don't have the mechanisms to get more funds other than through what we charge on rates, and remembering that we only have approximately 80,000 rating units. So, we're asking whether you pay your rates as a renter or as a homeowner or as a property owner, there's still there's a limit to what people can afford. And we've already got a 13.5% rates increase this year, more to come next year and the following year. So we're almost going to be doubling, or our rates increase is going to be quite significant if you take it over the next 3 years. So, but at the end of the day, we've got people to consider, but I am really calling again on government to step up and to use that money that they're collecting off our residents through different forms, whether it's GST or whether it's on taxes, but actually to put something back into Wellington City, which they seem very happy to put back into other places around the country, but not into Wellington City for some reason. So I'll be calling on them.
Councillor Foon.
Kia ora, Councillor Calvert. Hopefully we get the solution for the sludge through. That would make me really happy. Yes. No way. This is going to be super brief, but I'd like to just acknowledge our Grants Committee and just getting a taste of this at this table, but actually understanding it's a real interface with the needs that are going on in our city. And so, yeah, it's an important place. I just also want to thank Councillor Fitzsimons for your work around understanding that renters needed support and bringing that really amazing to see this come to light. But also thanks to officers again for that, collaboration, understanding what was out there and being able to put this advocacy service in through community law. I just think that'll bring multiple benefits to the community. So it's a win-win all around. But maybe also showing the solution, Councillor Calvert, that we are at the interface, we are at the coalface of need, and that maybe through putting money into these services, the government will see other solutions. So I agree we need to advocate, but sometimes we're the trial ground at the front. So yeah, it's a way to view it. Thank you. Key point.
Kia ora. Right of reply.
Look, I just very briefly wanted to pick up on a point made around the question that Renters United actually asked in their survey, and there was one about enforcement, but there was also one, would you fund a dedicated tenants advocacy service? So that was the reference I was making to their very effective, presuming this goes through, election campaign vote. Thank you.
Kia ora. Let's vote. Oh, that was so fast. Oh, it's unanimous. All right, just before we close the meeting, I do just want to acknowledge Cyrus, who has been an excellent committee chair support. It's a bit sad to be saying goodbye. We've had some awesome moments at the head of the table here, including Cyrus trying to drink out of the water jug. Drawing on my arm accidentally, and also decorating himself with carrot cake icing this morning twice. So it's been an interesting, exciting time up the head of the table, but also I really want to thank you for your efficiency and the fact that you are really helpful and cheerful, but you bring a high level of intelligence, and it's been really amazing. Working alongside you, I've felt like you've held the process really well through the meeting, so thank you. And all the best for your next adventures. It sounds exciting and challenging, so yeah. Thank you. Farewell is tomorrow. Friday. What's today? Wednesday, Friday. Friday afternoon. Yeah, but yeah. And again, thank you to you, Claire. I'll give you a clap too. Yes. I was going to say if you have me, but I'm not going to say that. There's no choice. Anyway, kua mutu tēnei hui, e tū e te karakia mutunga. Unu hia, ki te uru tānui. Kia wātia,
kia mama, te nākau, te tinana, te wārua. Iti arataku.
Katu.
Koe rā e rongo. Whakaria aki ki ronga. Kia wātia, ai rā.
Kia wātia. Just quickly too, when you sit down. Councillor Fitzsimons, you've been throwing stuff on the floor.